Welcome to the Kaizorian Experience. Over here, we're going to be talking about everything African. We're going to be having debates, discussions, entertainment, as well as learning about business, art, history, and everything in between. Cultural, tribalism, and everything. We're going to be out here debating with some really interesting stuff. So, like the video, share the video, and make sure you subscribe. Make sure you subscribe. Subscribe for the best experience ever. This is the biggest channel on the Afrosphere. So come and join the team, become a Kaizorian, and join the Kaizorian Empire.
Universally exist within myself, within this premise, and I exist within this bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like the blue in the sky. I'ma fly like bird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma throw my bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fight like bluebird in the sky. I'ma eat like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be bluebird in the sky. I'ma be free, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be free like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Back again like the second coming. Strumming my vocal cords like the hummingbird in the sky. Y'all can't deny this. Real rap lyrics, it's like I ain't got no rhyming through the sky limit. What is skin tone, shade of color, but a parallel form of frequency like a ringtone on your phone. Melanin expression, tied up in the universe, feeling like God. Is this really us? Is it serious? Is it really wrong to be diverse? I'm a divergent, immerse myself like an ocean beneath this waves. Be a divergent, born to be different. Indigo child, wild like canary. Born to be a bluebird in the sky, flying high like a bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. Yeah, bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Everybody scream bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Yeah, bluebird in the sky. Everybody, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like born black, sweet like a berry. Flying high like a canary. Scary with my hoodie on. Hating on my vibe on the street that you'll be feeling my frequency of the song. But I know that I ain't never ever gonna be ever the same. But I know.
What's good, guys? Let me know if my microphone is fine or if there's issues in the connection. Right, I'm not in my usual harbor. Today's conversation is about is black, brown, or Muslim. Every war criminal on trial, color matters, right? Is there a purposeful racist intent to make sure that it's only niggas, the brownies, and of course the Muslims in general who actually get indicted? I don't see George Bush, Tony Blair, Hillary Clinton, or any of these other people that did and commit war crimes, right? Going war in Afghanistan and Iraq against weapons of mass destruction, as an example, when it really was a front to remove their leaders that the CIA had implanted, allegedly, right? So that's part of the conversation today. Why is it that it's always black, brown, or Muslim people that only get indicted? And this matters because it's these countries, right? These African countries that join the International Criminal Court. So the question is, why are they allowing it to be the case? Do these people not have a sense of their own identity, right? This is where Machiavellianism, unfortunately, fails at every level when it comes to black and or African people. They just simply can't contend with the simple facts of knowing how to maneuver and play the game at the highest level, right? So this is a list of people indicted at the International Criminal Court, and you can see the link over there. You can see Wikipedia. So go do your own research and chase up on their links, right? For resources if you want to be very specific, right? Look at this. It's a list of people who have been indicted in the International Criminal Court, right? Includes all individuals, right, on counts of genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, aggression, or contempt of court in the International Criminal Court. That one is less important, right? It's like Come on, that's just some judge having a hissy fit, right? Okay, now there's something called the Rome Statute. Let's start with there, right? I know, people want to get straight into it, but let's start with the Rome Statute, right? What is this? Well, this is something that many countries actually signed, especially majority of African nations, right? Eritrea is not part of it, right? A few countries are not part of it. I believe Ethiopia is not really part of it either, right? But most African countries signed the Rome Statute, right? Countries such as Russia did not sign it. America didn't even sign it, right? So this is kind of interesting. America heavily supports this international criminal court when it's against other people, but when it comes for the American soldiers, America actually defends their own people very, very well, right? Even threatens to put these judges under house arrest and prevent them from traveling to America if they're not already there, if they ever try to put American soldiers on the list, right? This is the same thing that, let's go ahead, right? The Rome Statute, right? Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court is a treaty that establishes the International Criminal Court, aka ICC. It was adopted at a diplomatic conference, right? Over there. Shout out to one man. Where is your name on that list? On that list, Bantu. Shout out to you. Thank you very much, one man, for the £2 super chat. We do appreciate the support that we get. So the rest of you guys, make sure you support the channel the best way you can. You can send a super chat, and or you can come and share the video and do what's best. Shout out to Andre Reformed. What's good, Kaiser and Dusty? What's good, brother? Thank you very much. And also, I see that you're a member. So shout out to you and thank you very much for the support as well. So we're going to get straight into it, right? Why are African countries still part of this Rome Statute when it doesn't actually help them? They're the only people being, I already mentioned it, black, brown, or Muslims, right? The only people that are being indicted, and perhaps people, the greater Western societies, right? Which is really NATO. NATO does not indict themselves, right? Let's be careful here. And this is why I keep saying this, right? Black people, African people, generally speaking, don't have the ability to work in Machiavellian tactics. That's it. It's like we adopt a system, right? To us, we think the ICC, Independent World Court, or the International Court of Justice, or all these Scandinavian courts, we believe in them, right? We actually believe it's about justice. But when you realize that they are sending, nefarious things going on, such as only certain races are being indicted, you do have to ask yourself a second question: who is this court for? Who does it do benefit for? Right? That's the reality. We have to really think across the. Anyways, let's go ahead and read this Rome Statute. What it's for? The Rome Statute established 4 core international crimes: right? Genocide, crime against humanity, war crimes, and the crime of aggression. That's why, if you notice, right, with Russia claimed that they didn't state a war, or rather start a war with Ukraine. It was simply a military exercise, right? Because they would be in that International Criminal Court, there would be crime of aggression, meaning they, without so-called reasonable means, or rather reasonable reasons, went to attack Ukraine. And that's why the Russian president is under so-called fugitive statement, because there's an arrest warrant for him. Obviously, it's stupid because he's a sovereign nation, leader of a sovereign nation. Anyway, let's go ahead. Those crimes shall not be subject to any statute of limitation, meaning if you committed these crimes 20 years ago, 50 years ago, 100 years ago, if they want to prosecute you and they have evidence, they will. Or they think they have evidence, right? It's all a game, right? Under the Rome Statute, the ICC, right, International Criminal Court, can only investigate and prosecute the 4 core international crimes in situations where states are unable or unwilling to do so themselves. That's not true, because Russian state is not willing to prosecute, Putin, yet they've put him under that fugitive marker, right? So when you say they are unable to, you mean they don't want to, right? And this is the issue here, right? Africans don't seem to understand when these people who have Machiavelli tactics write things. So an African, they're actually going to believe what they're reading. Oh, unable to? What does that mean? Oh, the state is dysfunctional? Oh, the state doesn't have its own courts? No. Unable to can be interpreted, or are unwilling, right? Notice that unwilling, meaning that they don't care, right? So that's another issue when it comes to interpreting these things. The jurisdiction of the court is complementary to jurisdictions of domestic courts. That's a lie. The court has a jurisdiction over crimes only if they're committed in territory or states. That's a lie again, right? Um, that's a lie, right? As I mentioned, there's a lot of people here who don't even um, meet that standard, right? The standards and the law can be interpreted the way that the white man sees fit, and that's what Africans seems to not to not get. Shout out to Chuku Igwe says the general rule is that countries and the leaders of countries only get punished for war crimes committed in wars that they lose. Exactly, Chuku. That's it. Right? It's always about power. If you're going to win a war, there's not going to be any punishment. And not just winning a war, if you can reach some kind of agreement with the opposition party, whereby you still maintain power, etc., then they can leave you alone, right? It just depends on the specifics. But yeah, winning a war always guarantees you no no jurisdiction because you're in charge. Remember, this is these are leaders within sovereign nations. It's not like the ICC can just come and arrest them, right? Or without the people's cooperation. So Seed says, this is why we need different researchers and scholars the world over. Very interesting info. Shout out to you, So Seed. Now I'll provide the evidence in a minute, right? I've given my thesis, but I got to give the evidence in a minute. Chuku says, only the losers are held accountable for their war crimes. The key is not to lose. That's a great point. Or have strategic partnership with other dictators that will guarantee your safety as you guarantee theirs in the case that they lost, right? John Zola says, when the ICC opened up a war crimes investigation on Trump, he sanctioned them. Exactly, right? He sanctioned them. That's it, bro. That's what I keep saying. Africans don't seem to understand. They think there's some greater morality in this world when the reality is simple. It's simply a power game. United States said, if you open up an investigation on any of our soldiers, we will sanction you. That's how it should be done, right? It's simple as that, right? These are foreign sovereign nations that have their own power, right? The fact that these people actually think that they can indict you is madness, and it requires corporations of these African countries. And the issue is, these African countries, because of their lack in political as well as economic power, they're willing to simp for these people because perhaps the European Union will give them a little bit of money here and there, right? A couple $1 million, make them simp to a system that is literally just against them. No positivity at all. So yeah, we'll go here, right? This is a list of anyone who's been indicted, right? Through an arrest warrant or summons or anything else, right? So look at this, right? So the ICC has publicly indicted 52 people, right? Proceedings against 20 are going on and 15 are large fugitives, right? When they say fugitives, they simply mean 15 of them. I was like, bro, I don't recognize this, right? Like Putin is a fugitive according to them, right? Of course, he's not a fugitive, right? He's a president of a nation. That's ridiculous, right? But according to this, 15 people are fugitives, right? And 20 people, countries cucked and allowed people to actually go through this very humiliating process. Okay, and these are some of the countries. Look at this, right? Shown in the table below under column title S, right? We'll look at title S, right? Over there are the court's investigations into 17 situations, right? Situations meaning, country / wars or any sort of the definition of that term, right? So countries usually, but it could refer to a war or region that had a war. Look at this, right? Let's go. Oh, Democratic Republic of Congo. Okay. Uganda. Oh, look at Black African countries. Darfur. Ooh, Black African country. Sudan. Ooh, African country. Central African Republic. Ooh, Kenya. Right? Kenya apparently has like 5 or 6. Right? Libya. Look at that. Cote d'Ivoire. Mali. Central Libya. Right? Look, there's no America. There's no Hillary Clinton. There's no any American who was involved in giving standard issue American weapons to terrorist groups. Oh, look, the America's not there, right? Cote d'Ivoire, Mali, Central African Republic, Georgia, right? Again, one of those dusty countries near Russia. Burundi, look at that. Bangladesh, right? Myanmar, Afghanistan, Palestine, the Philippines, Venezuela, and Ukraine, right? Ukraine meaning Russia, really actually talking about Putin. So as you can see, right, this is a very, very lopsided thing, right? They're all Africans, right? Apart from so-called a couple Russians, because of the issue that they're having with the NATO right now, right? Look at it, Joseph Kony. Oh, right, look at that. Apparently he's a fugitive. I don't even think that guy exists, but who knows, right? Raska Lukiwa. Do you know what country? You're gonna think Raska? Maybe it's Russian. No, that ain't no Russian. Right? Look at this, right? Raska Lukiwa was the third highest ranking leader of Uganda. Look at that. Okot, right? That's a Nilotic name. Odhiambo, right? Probably Uganda, right? Or Congo, right? Uganda and Congo. Oh, Dominique Ongwen, right? Again, another Ugandan, right? Vincent Oti. I can label it and you're going to just see blacks and Africans, right? Thomas Lubanga, again, another Ugandan type, right? Bosco Ntanga, again, another Ugandan type over there, right? Congo, Uganda, Rwanda, right? All that stuff. Ahmed Haroun, this one is difficult. It could be, it's Sudan, Darfur, right? Look at that. Ali Abdul Rahman, probably Sudan. Let's go ahead and see that, right? Janjaweed, that's a nigga from Janjaweed. Look at that, right? You can name it, right? Jermaine Katanga, that's a Ugandan name, right? Katanga is very Ugandan. Mathieu, whatever, these are the name again, Congolese, right? Jean Bemba, again, Pierre Bemba, probably Congolese, right? Exactly, Congolese. I'm going to go through this whole list, right? Omar Bashir, oh, look, Sudan, right? Abdal, again, there's a lot of Europeans who have committed so-called war crimes, but none of them are being sanctioned by anyone. Saleh Gerbo, most likely an African. It's not. Okay, it is. Was a chief of staff in SE. He was indicted in the criminal court. Let me see which country he's from. Abdallah Banga in 3 courts. Raid. Oh, against African Union. Again, African. This name I can't pronounce. Rwanda. Muhammad Ali, right? Again, Kenya, apparently. Right? Uhuru Kenyatta. Even our last president was indicted, apparently, in the International Criminal Court. So this is the kind of joke that keeps happening, right? Now, he won his case. He got the case dismissed, or rather got the case dismissed. The case never went anywhere, right? Lack of evidence, right? Maybe witnesses didn't show up because, I don't know, maybe the witnesses were fake. But this is a sovereign leader. And this is how they control you, right? They say, well, no, your president can't be president, right? Kenya, this guy is, under, again, during the time of his presidency, right? Under investigations. That's what I keep talking about, right? Africans have lack of power, right? Lack of the ability to just go out there and create something that benefits the African themselves. And I keep asking myself, is this genetic? Do we lack that sense of tiger spirit to go out there and rule the world and actually have our what is that we seek to be noticed? Again, guys, let's go through this, right? Uhuru Kenyatta, Henry Koske, right? That sounds like some Nilo in Kenya, right? Francis Muthuara definitely sounds Kenyan, right? That's some Kikuyu. William Ruto, again, our current president was being indicted for apparent war crimes, right? This is what I'm talking about. The lack of respect, the fact that Kenya has had 2 presidents, right? More than 2 people, about 5 or 6 people indicted officially in this so-called International Criminal Court. When America says the opposite, America says, if you try to indict any American soldiers, we are going to put sanctions on you. And this is speaking to the ICC. Do you think Kenya's doing that? No, Kenya's out there just, sucking his thumb while 2 of its sovereign leaders have gone through this very humiliating process. Chuku says, if victory has any meaning, the winning country has the power in the situation. So they'd have to consent to even take the lead. They do consent to this, and that's the problem. That's why I'm wondering, why do they do it? Is it because Africans lack that Machiavelli spirit of understanding that this is all a game? I don't think Africans generally understand that this is game. This is nothing to do with morality. American Black Holocaust survivor says, my cousin is in army, fought in Afghanistan. My brother is a master sergeant, meaning he trains soldiers for war. Shout out to you. Joshua Sang, again, Kenya, right? Muammar Gaddafi apparently was there, and they got rid of him, right? This guy is a Libyan, again, still African. Abdul Senous, Libya, Lorette, again, another African, Cote d'Ivoire, Charles Blair. Basically, I can go through this whole list, and you're going to see there's only like 2 Europeans, right? Vladimir Putin, or 3 or 4 of them, right? 5, I think, right? Vladimir Putin, again, Russia. Why? Because war against Russia. Maria Belova, again, Russian, right? Why? Because war in Russia and Ukraine, right? You got David Sakhanev, right? Again, we're talking about people from that similar area. Mikhail, again, Russian, right? And then we're going to talk about this one here. That's the last one. The only Europeans here who are being indicted are ones from what people consider Eurotrush countries that don't have projected power. So the question is this, right? And this is a question to the blacks and Africans. Do you allow this because you lack any sense of resolve? Right? Is this genetic? Do you not understand that this is why the world doesn't respect you? Right? Because you don't even want to, or not willing to take a step towards the right direction. You're not willing to do what it takes to end this very, very obvious oppression at a very, very abstract sense. Because to me, I'm just thinking this is a lack of resolve. It's a lack of actually any foresight. The fact that Kenya's had 5 people indicted, 2 of them presidents, right, is insane, and they should have put a stop to it. Right? Ethiopia is not part of that madness. There is complicity, and that's the problem. There is complicity. Those countries signed the Rome Statute, meaning they are in complete acknowledgement of this stuff. Right? This is insane. Right? And shout out to you, Rude Boy. I'll definitely check that out. Right? I'll definitely check that out. That actually looks very interesting. Thank you for the suggestion, actually. That shout out. Chuku says, in general, if soldiers were acting in their orders, nations aren't willing to prosecute them for that. Yep. If they went outside their orders to commit crimes, only well-disciplined countries would prosecute them, whether they won the war or not. Yeah, that's true. And also, but then again, there is the element of no country, apart from African countries, will be willing to prosecute soldiers because it's an embarrassment. Like, how are you going to send someone to die for you? And then not only that, you now start to prosecute them? That is bad behavior, from my understanding, of actually prosecuting your own soldiers, unless they did some crazy stuff, which we all understand is just evil, right? But doing what they need to do to survive, I don't want to be, I would not be too strict on my own people in a war that they risk their lives for. Shout out to you. I want to check that out right now, actually, very much. Eri Rude Boy, I do appreciate the suggestion. Yeah, what's good? What's good, Kidola? I don't know if you're ready to talk yet, but to me, I find that this is very interesting. Africans allow certain things to happen to them, which I'm kind of looking at it and I'm thinking this is why, one of the reasons why we are where we are. Yeah, we don't even value ourselves. But what's your thoughts on this topic and this conversation? Do you think that I'm tripping? Is Kaizo just doesn't want the truth to be there and he wants to protect bad people?
Africa will always be on that list because they don't have power. Putin is not going to. They can look. The Russians are not going to be in that kind of a state. These are superpowers, right? They don't put superpowers. The Russian name that appear on that list is just for kind of like threatening for him to stop the war, but it's not going to be there. These are 2 powerful countries. It's a powerful country. They can cause havoc everywhere. But the Africans, they will always be slapped there at any time. Not even committing the war crime, even just challenging them alone will put you on that deck. You know what I'm saying? We'll put you on that deck. Like what happened to the guy from Ivory Coast. He was there, but he didn't really do nothing wrong just because he challenged the French. The French used him as an example. But that didn't stop the other African leaders to chase away the French out of their country. We don't have the economical power. I said, there are some countries that are just beggars. The nearly all African countries are beggars. All. There's no one. Because you have to beg for IMF loan, to survive. We don't know. As it says something, I don't. Things are not just the way it is. Kazu.
Oh, you left. Kidola, come back. I think Kaizo's system, pardon me. Sorry, I'm carrying a bit of a flu. Yeah, sorry, let me mute myself. I was listening on YouTube. Yes, I think Kaizo's system dropped for a moment. He'll be back soon. Anybody that wants to come on, and then we can keep the conversation going whilst Kaizo rejoins us. So the backdrop to it, essentially the ICC or whatever it is geared towards caging and enslaving black people, and he's looking at it from the Muslim point of view. So I don't quite have the chart that Kaiser was going through, but I think that forms the backdrop to it. So if anybody wants to hop on as we wait for Kaiser to rejoin us. So the thing is, we sign up to all of these things, all these African nations, and they're compelled, by the way, to sign up to it. I've always said that the African space don't have the potency to fight back. So they're not meek or lily livered or whatever it is. They simply don't have the potency to fight back. So the continent has been divided in the way that it has been divided, and it's what divide and conquer sort of thing still in play when all these disparate tribes are converged together to form a country. So there's that internal bleeding, and then all of the resources that you can use as your power is not yours, and then you are beholden to these people. And then these people then, through what they describe as international organizations, tie you up to all of these rules, which Kaiser was just telling us that they don't abide by, but you are compelled by those rules. And with those rules, they continue to encircle you and cage you within a narrative that you had no part of. So you're not even a speaker in a narrative that compels your space. And I think that is essentially where Kaizo is coming from. It's still some sort of remote enslaved. By the way, the African continent is still very much in that phase of emancipating out of slavery. So I think we all understand the broad strokes of that, and that's still embedded in this narrative that Kaizo was fleshing out. So the links are in the comment sections. Anybody that wants to hop on. Kidola, you were there just then when Kaizo dropped. So if you want to jump back on, I think you were about to flesh out a perspective on this. I hope I'm being heard. If you're hearing me, indicate in the comment section. Just so I know that my African Rifleman, do you want to hop on? As and if people are hearing me, can you let me know that you're hearing me so that I'm not just whistling in the wind, sort of a thing. But that does form, this topic that Kaizo is bringing forward is just a soupçon of a wider topic. This is just a slice of a bigger, more complex, and certainly not nuanced. It is a binary topic. There's no nuance to it, and it's a topic of colorism. It is a topic. It's wrapped around enslavement. It is wrapped around might over right, and all of those sort of spaces. So yeah, that's really where this conversation embeds. But Kaiser has all of the data that he has prepared to flesh it out. So he will join us momentarily. I think our system issues, that backward country called Kenya. I've always insisted that Nigeria should go and colonize. Really, since we're in still this sort of colonialism and people in sort of some sort of virtual bondage, there's still other topical spaces that we need to open up as well. So there are certain states within the African firmament that you wonder if, for their own good, it is good for them to stand alone as a state. So let's take Kenya as a case in point. It's nice enough, it's okay enough, but where it is embedded with Ethiopia, Eritrea, and all of those sort of spaces, it's quite vulnerable. So would it serve a country like Kenya? Would it serve it better if it was just, it was not just, though, but if it was just, it was essentially a protectorate of Nigeria. So an outpost of Nigeria that has some sort of a quasi autonomy, but really has its direct supervision from Nigeria. So I think somebody is telling me that Nigerians are already colonizing Kenya, but should we really formally rule them is really the thing. Just to maybe some sort of Nigerian, maybe we have, like we had in the First Republic of Nigeria, a ceremonial president and then a prime minister. So the ceremonial president will perpetually be a Nigerian, but the person that wields the power in Kenya will be some sort of a native, some local from that space. So there's that possibility, because you wonder if countries like Kenya, like Togo, like Benin Republic, and all of these nondescript sort of countries really should be described as a country. So that's a conversational space to open up for the future. But what Kaiser was bringing forward for discussion essentially wraps around the war criminal sort of space. So the title he's brought forward: always Black, brown, or Muslim, every war criminal on trial, color matters. So color matters anyway, and that's just yet another example of how color does matter. As we wait for others to hop on, I think somebody actually sent a link for Kaizo to have a look at. So maybe we can have a look at the link whilst we await Kaizo to come and retake the center stage. So whoever sent this in, maybe you want to come in to come and speak to us about what this tells us. This is from all right. Is that you back, Kaizo?
Yeah, that's
all right. Back to you.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. My data went off because I didn't pay for it or something. Yeah, sorry about that. Let me go through some of the chats. And also, guys, the line is open if you want to come and add to the conversation, what you think, if you want to build. It's all up to you. So I'll just go through the comments, right? Kaiser, there was a climate change summit. Yes, that's interesting, right? I have actually made a short video about it recently. COP, whatever they call it, just happened recently. Yeah, I'm gonna delve into it. I might give you a link to my other channel. Simon UK says, if the ICC is arresting people who are committing crimes against African people, so what? They're protecting our people more than us. Now, this is an interesting issue there, Simon UK, right? One can analyze your statement in different ways. Yes, if they're arresting people, based on harming Africans, fine. But here's the issue. They're not arresting Tony Blair. They're not arresting Hillary Clinton, who did harm our people. All these people who are actually, United States or any of these countries who do commit war crimes, right? How many war crimes do you think the peacekeeping force soldiers have been committing? Why do you think Congo had to push them out? Why do you think Somalia had to push them out? All these people are committing crimes every single day. The problem isn't that, right? And here's the issue with the, extreme Afro optimism while functioning within white man systems. It doesn't work long term, because what ends up happening is you start ruining your image around the world. You start becoming the dumping ground of the world, and you don't have any geopolitical weight. That is a serious consequence. Ekofo Yori Tight says, Kaizo, I was on TikTok. There was a debate between Somali women complaining about Somali men, how they treat them horrible. Some said they are jealous of Nigerian women because Nigerian men treat them good. Okay, that's interesting. Shout out to America First Rifleman with the $2. Appreciate you. Salute my fellow Africans. What's good, bro? I really do appreciate that. John Zola says, well, I think they're having their own conversation there, so I'm not going to go into it. Nope. Okay, bossing around white people. Shout out to you over there, right? Chuku says, Henry Kissinger orchestrated war crimes in Cambodia and East Timor, overthrew democracies and killed millions. The author of Christopher Hitchens outlined this in his book, The Trial of Henry Kissinger. Interesting point. makes an interesting point. Simon says, I wish Nigeria was enough of a functional country to colonize Kenya. Well, shout out if they could, that would be great. I have no issues there. Kaiser brings great points of views about Africa. I hope you said great. I don't know, man. Over there, that's definitely sounding a little bit sus. Oh yeah, and also shout out to One Man. Thank you for taking over and keeping us good. I do appreciate that. That is just bad behavior, right, from East Africa. Kaizo, Connect Log TV. I'm not too sure if I know them, right? But yes, I've heard of it, right? And this is the reason why Putin couldn't even go to the BRICS meeting, the last BRICS meeting in South Africa, because South Africa is a member of the International Criminal Court. So how are you going to be South Africa and claim that you want to free yourself from American imperialism, and you are still part of this? It doesn't make sense, right? There's no logic to a lot of the stuff that's happening around these areas. If you are going to be someone who says that you want to be free from American hegemony, right, then you have to be truthfully independent, right? How are you going to create a new crew, right? And then that new crew is unable, right, literally unable to actually get anything done. To me, that's just embarrassing. That is just embarrassing for me, right? I don't see any positivity from it, right? All I'm seeing is just coping, right? Different African nations wanting to feel that they're free, but unable to actually go out there and actually make the world the way that they see it, right? And that to me is a failure. There's absolutely nothing admirable about what's going on in the state of African countries and how they allow themselves to be cucked, right? Purposely joining a group that only sees your type and your people as the negative. To me, it just sounds like the biggest cuck, 100%. Everybody says the Ken YouTube channel where the street interviews. Okay, I'll check them out. I'll check them out later on.
Union has said it will defend the International Criminal Court against attempts to undermine it. The EU is the latest institution to stand behind the court after Washington sanctioned top officials in The Hague. Now, the ICC's chief prosecutor, Fatou Bensouda, and her top aide, Pakiso Mochokocho, have been blacklisted by the Trump administration over the court's investigation into whether US forces committed war crimes in Afghanistan. Now, on Wednesday, the US Secretary of State Mike Pompeo announced the sanctions on Bensouda, accusing the ICC of continuing to.
That's how you do it. Oh my, right? That's how you do it. ICC puts, right? ICC decides, hey, look, guys, we're gonna be racist against you, right? We are gonna be racist against you. ICC says, we don't want no white people being indicted, right? So we're gonna go for the easy pickings. We're gonna go for you darkies, right? You Muslims and all the undesirables of the world, the brownies, right? And talking about no chocolate chip cookies. And you know what? They're gonna even put you and give you, someone for the face. They're gonna give you a black woman, right? Independent stone black woman who's gonna be there as a simp, right? That's how they operate. That's it, right? There's nothing, interesting about how they operate. This is just it. This is just how they operate. The black woman is there for show, right? She's there to show you that actually a black woman can make it, and you niggas believe it. You believe that there's something virtuous about black, strong, independent black woman making it into this angle, and that is the blasphemy, my guys. That is the blasphemy. Right? It doesn't get worse than that. That's it at its worst. And you've got no excuses. Simon says the ICC hasn't indicted anyone who didn't deserve it. Well, actually, it has, right? Ruto, president of Kenya right now, he's out, right? I'm sure you know what the word indicted means, right? The president of Kenya again, Uhuru Kenyatta, was also indicted. Obviously, nothing went forward because there was no evidence for the cases. No, that's not how it works, Simon, right? Again, you're one of these people somehow believes in Western hegemony instead of looking at it as a power game, right? Again, that's what I keep saying. Africans seem to lack this comprehension of whatever Machiavelli wrote about the tactics and the art of war by Sun Tzu. You niggas just think the world is all about right and wrong, and what powerful people tell you is it's interesting.
Target Americans.
In June, the Trump administration authorized the imposition of economic sanctions against foreign persons directly engaged in ICC efforts to investigate U.S. or allied personnel and those who materially assisted in that effort. Today, we take the next step because the ICC continues to target Americans, sadly. Pursuant to Executive Order 13928, the United States will designate ICC prosecutor Fatou Bensouda and the ICC's head of jurisdiction complementarian cooperation division, Fakiso Mochichuko, for having material assisted prosecutor Bensouda. Individuals and entities that continue to materially support those individuals risk exposure to sanctions as well. Additionally, State Department has restricted the issuance of visas for certain individuals involved in the ICC's efforts to investigate U.S. personnel.
Okay, for more on this, DW's Tomi Oladipo joins me at the big table. Tomi, good to see you. So tell us a little bit more about the sanctions that Fatou Bensouda and her top aide are under.
Well, the U.S. is not signatory to the ICC, so it can't withdraw in protest when something happens. The ICC has no assets that the U.S. can freeze. So what does it do? It targets individuals from the ICC, right, like Fatou Bensouda.
And that's what I keep saying. That's how you play a power move. Right, that's how you play a power move. First of all, America never signed the Rome Statute, right? And they never cut themselves into this whole New World Order BS, right? About all countries, all the 204, God knows, right? How many countries there are, right? It's always changing, right? All the 200 and whatever countries that exist coming together, fighting against oppression, against wars, defining all these statements. America's like, nah, I'm not signing that. But guess what? I'll use it in my favor to go for countries that I don't like, but I myself will never allow it to happen to my people. That's called self-respect, right? That's self-respect. America said, no, we're not going to do that. America said, we are not going to do that because that does not actually add value to our economy. America says, we will sanction you, right? We will put sanctions on individuals in the ICC so that they stop this investigation. That means that lady, for example, can't go to America. If she goes to America, they can freeze her assets, right? They can take her money, right? And money matters, right? America is doing this because they have power and also they understand interest and they understand that ultimately this world is not about what someone thinks is moral, but really what they can control and what they can keep alive, right? That's the situation.
Now, these sanctions put her and her colleague under a list of specially designated nationals and blocked persons. And this list includes members of Al-Qaeda and ISIS, drug dealers. That's the kind of company that she's considered under. Now, if you're a terrorist hiding somewhere, that's different when you're under this list. But
yeah, it's different. Okay.
If you're somebody who's going around in the streets, traveling, trying to conduct business like Fatou would be doing, then you're locked off.
Yeah, if your business is against the interest of the United States of America and you're trying to indict their soldiers who fought for their nation, and this is how you do this whole Pan-Africanism if you're going to do it. You can't be cocking yourself to some higher ideals that nobody else follows because it doesn't lead you to anything. It just leads to self-destruction. America is doing it the right way. That's how I would do it, right? I would go and protect the people that went to war for me, right? Again, it depends on the context, but generally speaking, African countries are some of the most cucked countries that exist at the moment, right? Simon says, Ruto was indicted and the case was dropped. Bashir, Gaddafi, and Taylor's, well, you said everybody who's there deserved it. You didn't say some of them don't deserve it. You made a very clear argument, right? You said everybody who's on the ICC deserved it, right? That was a very, very specific point, Simon. That you didn't say, you didn't make an argument saying, well, most of them this, or some of them that. No, you said everyone there deserved it, and that's where the error came.
And this essentially cuts her off from any U.S. business that operates, and that's to add to the fact that she's already had her visa revoked. That was done in U.S. visa in 2019.
Right. Okay. So, Tomi, I remember the last time the U.S. went after an African holding position at a senior organization, the WTO's
WHO.
WHO. There we go. Thank you for that. He was under attack, and we saw virtually every president on the African continent jump out to his defense. This looks like a similar thing to me, right? You have this African woman under attack, essentially, for the work that she's doing. And nobody's saying anything on the continent.
The difference here is that the ICC has targeted some of these African countries in the past, relating to some of its cases when it comes to genocide, when it comes to war crimes. Right. And in fact, in 2017, the African Union backed a mass movement in Africa to exit the ICC. A lot of African countries felt that the ICC was targeting African countries. And so if you look at cases like Omar al-Bashir, former Sudanese president who was under an arrest warrant by the ICC. You also have Kenya's president Uhuru Kenyatta as well, who faced charges. Those are just some of the examples that African countries felt were unfair.
Okay, let's talk about Fatou Bensouda. As we mentioned, she is the ICC's top prosecutor. Let's talk a little bit about her tenure at the court.
Well, Fatou Bensouda is the second ICC prosecutor. She followed Luis Moreno Ocampo, who's an Argentinian. And under his tenure, there were about 12 investigations that were run, 10 of which focused on Africa. And so when Fatou Bensouda came into office, a lot of African countries felt, well, this is a way forward now. Maybe at least the ICC felt this would be a way of appeasing the Africans.
Okay.
And
you appease the Africans by sending a coon to go and prosecute other people, right? Now, ICC knows America can't be prosecuted because America will put sanctions. And ICC knows that they don't really exist. So America doesn't really have a way to actually prosecute ICC itself. All they can do is prosecute the lead prosecutors, right? They can indict them. America can do a counter indictment and say that they are terrorists, right? Put them on the terrorist watch list, right? Put them on no-fly list, right? Put them on, if your money is in American banks, it gets removed list until you stop doing the investigation list, right? So all this kind of pandering, putting blackface, especially black women, right? That is all for control, power, right? To make sure that these people understand that there is nothing that they can do against America. And I agree with America. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not here complaining and saying America is a hypocrite. No, America is not a hypocrite. America is simply playing the power game the best way it can, right? They understand that it's ridiculous for them to allow their own soldiers to be prosecuted in an international court by random people in Hague, right? So by a bunch of random Europeans that have got nothing to do with them. America understand that that's insane. America also understand that these people, according to their logic, is they recruit them as you're coming to fight for us. If you're coming to fight for a country, and then you end up suffering for fighting for that, what do you think the message is going to send? It's just going to send the wrong message. So the point I'm trying to make here is I agree with America. Sanction those who try to sanction you. Have that power, right? Have that conversation, right? Put yourself out there so that you're not just cucking for every single thing that you see around, right? I'm not going to be on the African side and say, oh, America is a hypocrite. America just does this because they can. Yeah, they do that because they can, right? And they should do it, right? And more African countries should do it. Right now, Nigerians are being blocked from entering into the Middle East, right? Saudi Arabia is blocking hundreds of Nigerians. The Nigerian government should be doing the same. Yes, I understand there might be some money that they lose in the initial investment opportunities, but there has to be some kind of show of force. Right? I just mean for optics, right? Optics sometimes are important. I'm not talking about being emotional. I'm talking about optics. It will set a standard that will prevent this from being a recurring theme that we keep seeing over and over. To me, that's unholy.
it did go after other countries apart from cases in other countries apart from Africa. So she is actually nearing the end of her tenure. She should finish her tenure next June. But it's come at a time where, I mean, she has been looking she has raised her profile to a point, but I think with all these cases, the African attitude towards the ICC, the US, which of course is the major player in the world, also opposing the ICC, I think that tarnishes the achievements that Fatou Bensouda has made.
All right, Tomi, I mean, we must leave it there, but we know that the EU and various other organizations, the ICC itself, have come out damning what.
Yeah, shut up. I don't know if you're there, one man, but you say you keep missing out a crucial point. America has the power to do that. Does Africa not have the power to do that, though, right? Because first of all, how did America get the power? It didn't just happen. America wasn't born with that power. America became that powerful because of the moves that America kept making. Now, if other countries in Africa started doing the same, they would change the precedent. Ethiopia, for example, one man, is not in the International Criminal Court. They didn't sign the Rome Statute. How come Ethiopia is there doing that? And shout out to Ethiopia. But South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, actually, I don't think, no, Nigeria is signing these things. These countries are out here signing it. It's because Africans believed that the International Criminal Court would make things fair. It's one standardized court system that anyone, regardless of how dusty your country is, can come together and fight against corruption, fight against wars and terrorism. It's going to stabilize these African countries because, dictators are going to be afraid of being indicted by the International Criminal Court. So it would create some kind of peace and stability, right? That's what Africans were optimistic. Right? They came in this fresh. They were like, yeah, Dwight Mann is creating a system that we can join. Right? They were so excited. And then you look at the list that I presented and you see the embarrassment of Africans just bending over for a system that not only wants them destroyed, but has no net benefit intentions for them, right? That's the issue that we're seeing here, right? ICC has nothing positive to do with Africa. ICC only indicts Africans, right? And a few, Eurasians, like people from the Middle East, right? This is purpose. This is purposeful. And there's really nothing else you can say there, one man. It doesn't. I cannot think of an argument that will support your point of view when you're staring at this straight ahead. Chukwu Igwe says, nation states operate in conditions of anarchy. The only way to ensure your survival and continued existence is to become the most powerful nation and throw your weight around hierarchy versus anarchy. Very, very interesting point. I do like it. I think it actually hits onto what's really happening here. One man says, no, wrong. They did not think it was going to lead to any fairness. Oftentimes, signing these treaties are tied to other obligations. So you're trying to say that African countries are not free? African countries have to sign it? Then how come Ethiopia decided not to sign it, right? Ethiopia seems to be the only free African country, right? They weren't colonized, apparently. They didn't sign these very weird treaties, which don't benefit them. And they're trying to control themselves and their country's economy. When they have internal strife, they don't even allow for internet so that, information can leave the country, what they call misinformation. So Ethiopia seems to be one of the few countries in Africa that still has a backbone. So why them? They're poor. Just like, in fact, Nigeria is richer than them. Nigeria has a higher GDP per capita than them. Nigeria has a higher GDP than them. So why is it that it's Ethiopia? Are you trying to say that intrinsically that Ethiopians are smarter than other Africans? Simon says, Africans are a mass murdered without condemnation. Africans are, okay, let me read that again. Africans are mass murdered without any condemnation in Africa. Sent hundreds and thousands of illegal immigrants to the West, beg for aid to look after refugees and demand they mind their own business. Why? Okay. One man says, Ethiopia was colonized, by the way. Don't be part of that propaganda. Well, that's why I said apparently, right? Apparently, according to the definition of colonization, they didn't meet that definition, right? That's the main thing there, right? Ethiopia apparently did not get colonized, right? Ethiopians still, never fully got taken over by one country. They still practice their traditions, their language. The rest of Africans speak English, right? They only speak Amharic and the tribal languages. You're not going to see Ethiopians en masse speaking English, right? They're very proud people, right? Very proud, and there's a reason why. Because if you look at their history, it is superior, right? The history is not one of dust. The history is where you look at a situation and then you're just like, nah, Ethiopia is superior. There's just something special about them. Something special. Yeah, you cannot ignore that one man. Right? One man says, they are poor, noble poor. Okay. Now, they might not have the most, economic power, right? But they are doing well. Right? They're setting up the standard. Right? And that's what matters a lot some of these times. One man, Wentimo, says Italian they speak is indigenous. They actually don't speak Italian, one man. That's the thing. They don't. You're talking about Eritrea. Ethiopia is just Amharic. Right? I'm sure there's one nigga that speaks Italian, but no. Ethiopia is Amharic. That's the national language. And then, and then the next language is, like Oromo or some of the other, native languages. But basically, Eritrea is the one that speaks Italian. Ethiopia was never colonized. Ethiopia fought so that their people out there never actually got to that level, right? That's the difference. Right? One man, you can cope all you want, but Ethiopia is a different beast. Ethiopia is just a Chinese version of Christians. Yeah, okay, that's an interesting point of view. I'm not fully comprehensive of what that means. I'm sure there's context there. Simon says, why are you defending despots? We love to complain about until someone wants. Because, okay, let me make this clear. Yeah, there's several reasons why. Right? If they are despots, that means the West is in charge and or contributing to their power, right? The power base is in the West. If the West removes them, do you not think they remove them because they have interested parties who are more in line with their interests at that time? Meaning, at the very best, your argument would be neutral to the point which is America put, what's his name again? Saudi? No. Hussein, right? The West put that Hussein guy in power, right? And then they took him off. That's all the argument.
Why are you calling me, man? Why are you calling me this guy? Why are you calling me?
I got a question for you, Musanda, right? Africans are the only people indicted in the International Criminal Court. Why are you guys still part of the International Criminal Court? You will not see a white man indicted in that system.
I mean, a lot of countries are trying to get out. Estee was trying to get out, but the Supreme Court actually refused. You're right. It's stupid. It's not. It's biased, of course, especially with what's happened with Ukraine and Israel and stuff. I know that certain countries have opened a case on them, but I don't think they're ever going to go forward. So I don't know. I think that's also a good thing because at least now it's more blunt that it's like not a real organization. So it's just going to decrease its validity on far part. You know what I mean? And the bias is one of the good things about this war is that it shows how biased the world is. You know what I mean? And how a lot of these institutions are no longer given respect. That's why someone like Elon Musk is like bold to say fuck Disney and stuff because they do evil things. Like nobody respects any of these organizations anymore. So that's good. Like they may exist, but no one respects them. But it's legit organizations.
Okay. I see your point of view. So basically, the Supreme Court is the one that's blocking them actually wanting to leave. So meaning, there's, it's kind of interesting, Musanda. Isn't this where then Africans can actually finally be right and say that there are powerful people that are in control of like powerful leaders who then make them vote or make, decisions in a certain direction? Because why would the Supreme Court want to stay there when
I
the
mean,
Supreme Court?
okay, so technically, if you're being technical, I think South Africa is the biggest supporter of Israel because De Beers is like headquartered in South Africa, and they're one of the biggest funders of Israeli machinery. So a lot of those diamonds that are mined out of Botswana, a lot of that money goes to Israel. That's why they had a problem with them getting like 30%. They had a problem with the government owning 30%, not 50, just 30% and not 15% of but is it 10? I don't remember, but whatever percentage. Just look it up. What percentage does Botswana own of the beers or profit? What percentage of profit does the beers does Botswana get from profit? Look that up.
Oh wait, which person?
Botswana. Look up Botswana. De Beers. D beer. DE then beer, like a drinking beer. Say Botswana De Beers ownership.
Okay, let me see. Ownership percentage. Let's see. Owner. Okay, just bring it.
Yeah, this is
Okay,
what
it
I
says
was talking about.
Botswana owns 15% stake.
Does it still own 15%? I think they changed a little bit.
Anglo American is holding
When
85%.
When was this? When is the article that you're reading?
This is
Read the one from
written
this
in.
year.
It's written in 2023 April. I don't know. Let me post it. The article. I haven't
There was
read
a
it
change.
properly, but
There was a change. I remember there was a change. Look up Botswana. Just look up Botswana increased ownership of DBS. Look up something like
okay. Let me see. DBA ownership percentage increase. Okay, I'll type in increase. Okay. Okay. The study shows. I don't know, man. It's difficult finding this new information you're showing me. Yeah, I can't find it, man. All I'm seeing is the 85%. To which is actually very embarrassing. Musanda.
say DBS. Say Botswana own 30% DBS. Right there.
Yeah, maybe one man can highlight that for us, because all I'm seeing is this one here. It says the DBS shareholder structure: Botswana 15%, Anglo American 85%, and to me that is crazy.
Yeah, and no, is it Anglo American or Anglo American Botswana government? Is it Anglo American or is it DBS? Oh, Anglo American owns shares of DBS. Oh shit. Oh shit. Because
Yeah,
DBS is a Jew-owned company. It's owned by Jews. It's owned by the Oppenheim.
mm-hmm.
They're the ones that send the money to Israel. So I guess the ownership was split between. They might probably sell the shares. I guess I don't know to Anglo American.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is kind of interesting.
Kaiser,
Go ahead.
sorry, but the way that he described it, like that was kind of anti-Semitic. YouTube will say the video might get blocked.
Yes,
especially.
But it's facts.
Especially,
it's facts though, but guys.
Especially in this climate that we're in now, you have to be careful about those sort of Do you understand what you're saying, Kaizo?
Okay, I get it. They own everything. I get it. Sorry, guys. I forgot you own everything.
You can't say that. You can't say that.
I understand.
YouTube, on YouTube, you can say that.
Yeah, it's okay, Musanda. You can just say Anglo American.
Part of the owners and Africans.
But how did we
I
end up
understand
here
you guys.
anyway? I thought we were talking about how Africans are being unfairly treated by the ICC. And I was saying there's justifiable reasons for that. And Kaiser was saying they should fight back. And I'm saying they don't have the leverage to fight back.
They do have the leverage. You just are scared of the consequences. They do have leverages. The thing is just get Africans. Look, man,
Okay,
you
if
guys
they
are
have
just
the
not
leverage
fighting.
to fight back, then why are they tied into it? So Kaiser just brought us facts
Oh,
now.
that's easy. That's easy. The reason is because the African leaders do not want a distorted nation like Zimbabwe or whatever, where like they can't, they're so dethroned and they're so destroyed the economy that they can't control anything and they can't buy
Well,
anything.
then
Basically,
that
they
means
want satisfying in life.
that means they
They
don't
don't
have
want
the
to lose the power.
if they are still
They do have
beholden.
leverage. They
Where's the
do have
leverage?
leverage.
Where's the
They're just
leverage?
scared. No. The leverage is the fact that they can say whatever they want. It's not like someone's going to kill them. They're
No,
just
no.
scared
Can
that
they
they
back
won't
it
have an
up?
economy
Can they
left.
back it up? The backing it up is the leverage. Anybody can say anything, but being able to back it up is the leverage.
Yes, they can back it up. They're just cowards, basically. But if they were
Oh, it's
Arab or
very easy to
something,
say
maybe.
that,
Yeah.
though.
Man, come on, man.
Okay, hold on, Musanda. Let's walk through that. So the African countries are tied into all of these heavily weighted against them treaties in the international space, and Kaiser has just presented now stark documented evidence that just backs that up as a fact. So that's factually the case, and it's weighted against them. It's punitive towards them, and it encages them, it ensnares them, it enslaves them into some sort of a structure where the puppet masters pull their strings, visible for everybody to see, even them, so everybody can see them. So why do they still bind into that system? That's the thing. They are bound into that system because that system binds them, and they don't have the punch through to break out. And this is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, I get your point, but I'm saying that it's mostly a choice. Also, it's like let's not make it sound like they don't have a choice. They just are scared of the consequences. It's not like someone can kill them, or it's not like somebody's actually threatening. It's something that could like kill them per se. It's just that they just don't want to be like way more fucked up than what they are, because the amount of debt that Africa is too high, which is weird. That's just like they're taking your resources and everything, but you still have debt.
Let's take, for instance, some random African country. They're going to the World Bank to access some sort of a loan. And then part of the conditionalities of that loan is that they have to be a member of this sort of organization or the World Bank. They make a certain pocket of loan accessible to people who are members of certain types of organizations. And for you to be members of those organizations, you have to be bound to the rules and dictates of that organization. Now, for you to access that money, which you need, you have to be a member of that organization. The rules and regulations of that organization, they might not at first glance, they might not seem as stringent as will play out in the future. So you sign up to that, you access that loan. That's just a random example, by the way. This is just some of the ways that these things bind.
No, that's how they. I think that's how get it. You're right.
Yeah,
That's how they
yeah.
all like set up. It's through how you help them get a loan and stuff. They're very desperate for money, man. I mean, we can say it with the African Union. These
And
people
that's what binds them.
will
So
start
without
spending
using
ones.
the example of Ethiopia, a country in perennial poverty, and he's telling us that they are standing as the last man standing at the OK Corral. Who wants to be an Ethiopian or permanently on food aid? So that's not an example of taking a stance. They don't have the leverage, and we see what's happening to them.
They do have the leverage. They have boss. Both Eritreans and the Ethiopians will actually admit they have boss. Though. The people may suffer, but at least they have more boss than a lot of African nations. That's just is the truth, bro. You can attack them for having hungry people, but they have boss. They rather have dead people than
All right, you
be
take
like
that to the
Africa.
market. You take balls to the market to make a purchase?
No, I mean I get your point, but I'm saying let's be honest here. Like other people are not like us. Like they're not like Africans or these Bantoids and Niger Congoids where they just booty clap and like I say, oh, we're gonna go hungry, let's booty clap. Like people are not the same, man. Some people just have more balls. That's just is what it is.
Kaiser was referencing Machiavelli earlier on because it seems as though Tunisia has now placed that in his head. But one of the Machiavellian things, never outshine the master. Never outshine. You know what that means when they say never outshine the master? So, and another thing that Machiavelli also said is that when you take victory, you have to take it decisively so that you do not fear the person that you're taking that victory against. So you cannot, not having any leverage, trying to punch above your weight, then you end up like some Ethiopian type country as standing in some desert type place, holding yourself, telling us that you're proud and whatever. What are you proud of? You know, so Africa doesn't have the leverage. That's just really what it is. Don't you think?
Wait, one man, no. Are you delusional? Ethiopia have something to be proud of. It is the most oldest nation in the world. It is the only oldest nation who is black, like who is African. Like they have something to be proud of. You won't hear about, what do you hear about Ethiopian history? You won't hear that about the the Ghanaians, any other ethnicity in Africa.
Are you talking about their contrived history?
Yeah, and their history,
their contrived
and their
history, they are put together history.
They have a great history. You got to give it them. They have the best history in sub-Saharan Africa. Like you can't.
I've never cared about the history of any of this. I don't know why.
No. Yeah. He said one man. No, Mo said.
No, I'm saying pride has nothing to do with history. If you ask me,
it does.
Look at nations. It's something Africans, you internet Africans, fight for. We taught the white men how to buy.
No, it's not. It's not.
Pride. It comes. Wait. Pride comes in the fact that you are actually standing up for what you actually currently believe in, and on your everyday basis, you stand on business on what you believe in. That's where real pride comes from. Most Russians are not really proud of being Russians because they prehistorically were this big Soviet Union and whatnot. But the fact that till today they're still standing and they're still fighting the West, that's where your actual true pride comes. Your fight forward, not backward. And I think that's the problem with a lot of Africans.
No. You're making
wait. Yeah, let me just add this and then you address it as well. Ethiopia is not actually part of the their history is not part of the sub-Saharan history. Is more part of the wider Arabian sort of history. It's like an Arabian overflow history. That space is nothing to do with sub-Saharan history.
I'm sorry, but it have nothing to do with Arabia because they were Christian and they hated the Muslims.
Arabia, the Arabians, Christianity came out of Arabia too.
I know, but like no. When they had their civilization were Muslim at that time. But they stopped them. They didn't want to have it was a culture that was Christian surrounded by other cultures who are not Christian. Ethiopia was exactly
the Christianity.
Look, one man is right. It's a culture transfer for most part. Yes, he's right about
that. It's not an Africa. The Ethiopian history is not an African history. It's an Arabian history.
This is delusional. This is. What makes you say it has to do with Arabia? Because it is Ethiopia's mainland is in Africa.
It wraps around Christianity and all of those sort of structures, which are Arabian structures. That's from the Abrahamic cusp, which is the Arabian cusp.
Yeah, most of those stories happen in the Middle East.
I'm sorry, but you guys are making this so complicated. It's such an easy thing to understand.
No, but let's be honest here. Proud honor, like majority of the stories in the Bible, did they happen in Ethiopia or did they happen in the Middle East?
Ethiopia is a nation that is mentioned in.
No. Answer my question. Did they happen in the Middle?
No, but look, guys,
did they happen in Ethiopia? Did they visit? Did Moses not visit Ethiopia? Isn't that what happened? What's it? Like this is what I'm saying.
Yeah, one man. What do you mean it's Arabian? There's nothing Arabian about Oromo people.
Oromo, Habesha people, they're nothing about them. Are you delusional?
He's talking about culture. He's talking about culture, man. I mean, why is this even a debate, man? Yeah, why is this even a debate, man? Like it's almost like we're debating the things that is so generalist. Let's go back to the topic.
this is it's like common sense. Like you're complicating it by adding question to it. Don't do that. This is not Arabian history because they're black people and they're dark skinned people. They have nothing to do with the Arabs, quote unquote, and they
don't
don't
have
share.
black features. They don't have black physiologically. They don't have black features.
Okay. This is like this is like fucking
Culturally, they don't have
Let's
black
get out of this
features.
topic, man. It's getting stupid, man. This is
It's
getting
like
stupid. Let's go back to the topic.
one man. No, what you said there is like they're not black enough. You know, yeah. That's what you basically said. It's
No,
just,
no, that's why I said they're a Chinese
it's
version
really-
of a Chinese version of.
you know, they're the oldest nation in Africa, quote unquote. Like you can't say that they're not African enough. That's so stupid to me. You know, does it make
I
sense to
didn't say
you,
they
one
were
man?
not- No, I didn't say geographically they may well be African.
No, you're
but
saying they're not
culturally
black
and
enough.
physiologically, they might not well be.
How can they not be?
I don't.
enough for
I'm
the
not. I don't care.
geographic?
I don't care about. This is what I'm saying is stupid. We're talking now. We're mixing genetics into culture. I was just talking about culture, but if we're talking about Christianity, Islam, all these other things, that shit is from the Middle East. I don't know. That's why I say there's no debate on that. That story is mostly relying on the Middle East. That is not African. You can debate this topic on another channel on another day. But that is what it is. Even an Arab will tell you this, my man. That's why even that guy
Okay.
was
Let me
playing for
ask
Morocco.
you. Let me ask. Okay.
Right? But let's even get out of there, bro. Let's go back to the fucking ICC topic. Man. I don't know why you all want to focus on things that don't matter for most part, you know? Let's talk about the ICC. So yeah, look, maybe you're right. They are cooked, but they're not brave. I'll give Ethiopia the fact that they at least have some balls to be like, we'll suffer, but at least we have some balls in a long, long country. So I'll say that. That's what I was going to.
Is that balls though or stupidity? You know.
So let me add the context there, one man. So, okay, yes, you are correct that Amhara or the Habesha, these are Arabized Africans, right? They're actually 50% Arabs, and their culture is very similar. But if you look at the real Ethiopian history, right, Oromos are not Arabs, right? Yes, they have ancient admixture from whatever it is, but they're definitely not Arabs. And yes, good brothers.
Kaizo, it doesn't matter to one man. One man used a polemical strike in regards to a different argument completely. The argument here is, if you're in a particular position where you don't have quote unquote leverage, according to one man's definition, what is the next step to take? If you're quote unquote bound in that system that they are quote bound in, what's the next step to take? Musanda and everyone else seems to, or a certain kind of, let's say, masculine thrust will say, well, you got to start somewhere. You got to assert and throw down your balls and start somehow. How do you become the master if you do not first risk something, right? So the idea is, even if it's a risk of by conspiring, by planning to somehow break free, where do you start? And then this stupid side hustle of whatever the fuck Ethiopians are or not, and then you come in and you try to start to fuck. Well, what the fuck is this?
Okay,
sorry,
go
Ike.
ahead,
Let me ask Ike a question. Ike, have you ever heard of anybody winning a lottery without buying a ticket?
No.
There it is. So you have to be in the game in order to participate. So these are abstinence, non-conformist, whatever it is that you're trying to vaunt the Ethiopians on. It's just rank. And we see where they are now. They have no leverage. They have no borrowing. They have no structure.
But one man, let me come for you here. It cannot be the case that this whole exercise is about talking about how Ethiopia is a bad example of the next step forward. Okay, so you're in the game. You're Kenya or some other country, and you've signed up to something because you took a loan and you didn't read the fine print too much, and now you're in a bind and people can sanction you and such. What's your next step in this game?
Right. Your next step within that game is within that bind, you find other people that are equally bound, and then you form a mass in order to effect a change. But you have to be in order to effect that change.
Okay, so you go in and you're somehow subversive. You go in and you're somehow kind of recruiting people to join your side.
Studios.
Yeah, but there's too much magic, one man. All right, so you study, and then what? Like, when do you? Because it cannot be risk free. One thing we can say is that this path that you're describing, it's not just going to be some smooth, you study, you take all the right kinds of moves, and you just end up without at some point having to assert yourself and somehow take some risk, right?
Right. It goes back to that leverage thing that I was saying earlier. You can we agree on this first, so that we set some baselines for this conversation so it can evolve. You can only assert yourself if you have leverage. Do we all agree on that?
Yes, and then just to qualify, it's also, and what you consider leverage, generally speaking, has an aspect of how much risk you're also willing to take, right?
And
So, yeah.
Yeah, it's how much risk you are willing to take, but then it's also how much loss the person you are contending against is willing to take as well. Because
hence, how effective is your entire plot to begin with? If they can completely starve you and it doesn't do anything to them and you'll be wiped out, then it's not a good time to act, I guess. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, exactly. So you have to have leverage in order to have push. So you are bound into this state because you don't have that leverage at the moment. But then if you are bound into it and there's enough of you bound into that space, and the conditionalities is stifling so many of you, because what binds you also obliges to you in some form. So what holds you also takes from you. So if he holds you and takes from you, then that taking itself, if you can harness it, is a bargaining chip. So within that bind, really, you can still craft a leverage in order then to walk your way through that system. But you cannot, as like Kaiser was saying, I didn't even want to come in. I was just aghast when I heard him say it, that America opted out at their dictating terms, and why can't Africa do that? I was thinking,
yeah, so let's zoom out from the chessboard
and something again.
a little bit. Let's zoom out a little bit in terms of time and in terms of certain actions that have already been taken. Because, for example, the Africans willingly stepped into the bind, right? And we're now going to go back to, generally speaking, if you were to kind of give a principle now as to getting into these kinds of situations where you need to borrow and you need to borrow by all means necessary and blah, blah, blah. What will be the caution given at that point? Or is it, you had to borrow because you had no leverage, so you had to get in the bind? So it's like, I need to go deeper and deeper into many layers of hell before I can start plotting my way out. Or should I not have gotten in the first gate to begin with?
Sorry, I was speaking, not knowing I'd muted, but I don't imagine you would have. But have you ever defaulted on a loan or a borrowing, Ike?
No, I have not defaulted. No.
All right. If you're in a borrowing that you can no longer satisfy, then the options of the lender is either to forgive that borrowing completely or to negotiate it to the point. You know, sometimes they take a pound to the £10 just to get something back from that loan.
Yeah.
So if you're over borrowed and you cannot pay them back, you've used it for whatever infrastructural thing that you've used it for, and you know. So
yes, I'm about to go.
Yeah,
I'm about to go. I want to say this quick. Kaiser, can you please pull up a map of African countries? I think the best solutions for a lot of the struggling countries like Zambia, for example, which a lot of people talk a lot about, which I think there was a restructuring that was like denied because some parties were refusing. So basically, they borrowed money from multiple parties, and then two other parties agreed on the restructuring, but two other parties didn't agree. And then that forced the other party to be like, since the two others won't agree, we also won't restructure. And the way I see it with a lot of these nations, maybe Ethiopia can have this problem too, is because one, it's smaller nations and they're poorer. And secondly, so they don't have a lot of access to multiple finite resources that will give them, I said the map, so maximize the map. What I'm saying is certain countries like Zambia should not exist. A lot of landlocked countries should not exist. If you can consolidate a lot of struggling, high in debt nations into one nation, that could give them the amount of leverage one man you were talking about. That is the simplest non-finance thing you can ever do instead of just getting a loan. You can at least now, because one thing we at least can confirm is that landmass does give you a lot of power and economic leverage whenever you're trying to do business with the world. Because now it makes places like China, for example, be willing to make bigger risks because of like that one man control. So that one person at least now has control on where they can open their minds when where. So I'm just saying, if a lot of countries kind of restructured, it will give them a lot of debt leverage that they can get, then they can win the smaller nations. That's the way I can see it. So a lot of nations in Africa, I would say countries like South Africa shouldn't like open borders, right? And I know what you guys are thinking, but mainly because if South Africa opens its borders for most times, it's just including more debt. Even Botswana has refused on opening borders because it doesn't have that much high level of debt that a lot of these African nations do. Opening our countries would just actually decrease us the most. You see what's happening with our rent. But a lot of countries outside of SADC, I think they're in way more shittier positions than SADC is in. I mean, I don't think SADC is in that extreme level of problem. So, yeah, countries outside of I think you call it South African Custom Union. Also look that up, guys, of Southern African Custom Unions. I think they're pretty fine where they are. But a lot of you countries above should just consolidate into nations because you're really struggling and you need the loans, right? This is why you see Zimbabwe, for example, that can actually talk back because Zimbabwe has South Africa as a neighbor. It has Botswana. It has all these other productive nations that are still doing business with it.
Okay, so let me guys ask you a question. So how come nobody here went to the whole BRICS thing or new currency? Because you already identified the issue. The issue isn't that Africans don't have money because they do have resources. The issue is that the money Africans have and the liquidity, how much they can generate. And
you can't talk about something that doesn't exist. Come on, grow up.
Say that again. Oh yeah, of course. But we don't talk about those dusties. We mean any African country to.
No, I'm saying you can't talk about BRICS currency when it doesn't even exist. This guy. I'm talking about real life something they can implement tomorrow. The guy wants to talk about BRICS currency, but we don't even know this thing will even pop out. Let's not just. All we know is Argentina as that fucking coach, sex coach, who's now a president. Would they try?
Okay. I'm hearing you, Musanda, right? So the issue here is not that these countries, one man, need money, is that they need the dollar, and there's only one place to get it at a large enough form that's liquid, and that's the IMF or World Bank or through these European donations that they get, which, as you stated, sometimes they make them sign contracts that are, linked with other contracts. An example is you must be part of this organization that we're starting, aka ICC. I get that point, right? So, but shouldn't the solution then not be playing within a system that you will never reach a comfortable position in the race, but simply to go create your own system and talk about, let's say, some of the
what backs up that system? What backs it up?
Say that again.
Can I give?
Sorry, let me put that question. You say create your own system. What backs it up? What funds it?
I mean, an economy. You just need
the conspiracy. So basically, the conspiracy. In other words, if we all agree that it worked, but that then becomes the problem. It ties in with what Musanda said regarding consolidation, right? Because, for example, if the system that you need to create involves intra-continental trade, which is a big part of it, because that's what we're talking about, right? The way of moving these goods around without having to depend on the euro dollar, then you're going to need to agree, right? So one man, the answer to your question, not that it makes it any simpler, is what backs it up is the agreement amongst these neighboring countries. They don't have to form and become one country like Musanda suggests, but that is the hurdle, really, is, okay, we have to agree to do X to begin to form our system. Because even in your scenario, one man, the scenario whereby you're in the system, to create leverage. Go ahead.
Would the existing system allow you to form that system?
Here's the thing. Insofar as it's really a conspiracy, right? Then I don't see why not, right? You can start doing things, testing things. So it's not a central it's not a centralized effort that's going to make this not happen. In other words, it's not because, you know, the Grand Master is watching you and is going to stop you from conspiring. It's all the issues associated with getting the conspiracy off the ground amongst people whom them seem to, because the temptation to coon is high amongst people whom are not at the top, right? So it's hard to get a bunch of slaves together, if you will, to do this kind of thing, especially given the risk.
All right, I don't agree with that, but let me
Yeah,
just say
yeah,
this.
yeah. So on my point, the problem in Africa, I think people keep saying, is that we have 54 countries, we can have one. To have one continent nation is just beyond dreaming. I understand that, and I think a lot of people have to understand that for most part, especially with North African stuff. But if you can at least consolidate more nations in a part that there are no landlocked nations, that not only will give them a strategic power on, of course, the landmass and the amount of resources the U nation will have, but also the fact that they can easily do trade with the international world. I mean, we all have heard of the landlocked curse that a lot of nations will always face, right? So having one nation, and I know it's going to be hard, especially with the new coups that are happening all over Africa. But hopefully, if we can get the cool nations, right? I know it's a bargain, but the cool nations, Guinea, Burkina Faso, all those nations, to at least align into becoming one nation out of stress or whatnot. And this is why I wish a lot of the African Union was willing to talk to these nations. They could actually they could actually have a strategic power on trade, because they could get in through Guinea. They wouldn't need Nigeria to do trade with those nations, because that's what obviously they're gonna use as leverage on, you know, attacking those kind of nations and their ability to do trade. I mean, people talk about Algeria, but come on, man, Algeria still get a solutions, no matter how anti-US they are. But yeah, that's all. You know.
So basically, Msanda, the
sorry,
solution for go ahead, Modan.
Sorry, Kaiser, I was actually going to put this to you. Talking about trade, I'm surprised you've not yet brought up the war brewing between Ethiopia and Eritrea, because Ethiopia now they are massing at the borders of Eritrea because they want to punch through to the seas. So that's going to come on stream within the next 2-3 weeks. So I'm surprised you've not yet brought that up, Kaiser.
Oh, right, that's a bluff. There are many good reasons why it won't happen. Most likely what will happen is a negotiation with Djibouti or Somaliland for sea access, but we'll see. But Ethiopia is not going to march into Eritrea. That was,
Wait, can I say something? You know, Ethiopia loses a lot of money. It's like it loses like $2 billion each year by having the Djibouti access, but they don't want that. They want to have other options. Djibouti is so expensive for them, and they can never invade Djibouti. No country in this in the African continent can invade Djibouti. Djibouti is like it has so many foreign armies, but they want to have other options. They want to have they want to have Eritrea and Somalia to get sea access. In they don't even want to be landlocked. Landlocked for them is like economically handicapped.
And they are going to force their way through. So it's not a bluff, and it's going to happen.
If they want to invade a country, they can only invade Somalia and Eritrea. They can't invade Djibouti.
Yeah. So I want to add my point of view here, and so my main point here was critique of the potentiality, or basically of the thinking level as well as action level of African leaders and or countries, right? So you mentioned that, well, they don't have power. You mentioned IMF, World Bank, and dollars that they need. We all know about the real dollar system and the contracts that they signed. But here's the thing. It's also cowardice, as Msanda actually mentioned. The path to solution is not perfect, but there are steps you can take towards it. For example, if Kenya actually kind of is doing it, and I'll talk about it later, there's a project known as LAPSET. It's over several $1 billion. It's basically, LAPSET actually stands for Lamu, something port for South Sudan and Ethiopia, right? So what this means is it's a port that's created specifically for Ethiopia and South Sudan and I guess Uganda, right? All those countries over there in the north of Kenya. And point I'm trying to make here is if if Kenya, right, and Ethiopia worked together, gave, Ethiopia free access to the sea, a long-term contract that could be renewed for something that Kenya values. And one thing Kenya values is electricity. Our electricity generation is not enough to meet our use, especially as we're industrializing, right? We have a geothermal system because of some contracts we signed with Europeans for green technology, right? And we got some, well, it doesn't matter. I'm going to go off into a tangent, but the point is this. If you want to create a stable nation, you have to do what Musanda said, right? You have to have continental trade, right? That's functional. That's great. Figure it out. Write bilateral agreements there, have a market, and then the currency will offshoot off that. And that currency, of course, if it's within the largest economies in Africa, which Ethiopia and Kenya are, right? 2 of the 8, you can actually out there now start doing trade. There's already an EAC. So at sometimes, one man is this, right? You have to acknowledge that these African countries are just dusty, right? Somalia's just joined East African community, right? Ethiopia is not going to join it for various reasons. They have main character energy, just like Nigeria, who don't want to play ball with other countries. So ultimately, I think you cope too much when the solutions are much more simpler and to your face, right? The main point there was, hey, look, Kenya can actually give us seaport access without, some contrived regulations to Ethiopia, as long as it's not like, security breach, all that good stuff. Let Ethiopia grow. They grow together. They have a,
Wait,
all
but
the
like,
good stuff.
but like, can you not? I was pointing out, like, you giving them sea access is like too much expensive for them. They are too poor to pay billions to these other governments. They want to have land in the sea. They don't want to pay for sea access. That it's like too expensive for them. If they were already paying like Djibouti $2 billion every year, and their economy is like, it's not good for the economy. They want to have land in the sea.
Yeah,
it's
but
not. It's not.
yeah, the money is important, but you see, it gets worse when there's no single East African shilling going on. It means they have to pay that money in dollars, and that's euro dollars that they could put into better use. The issue is not the money in raw numbers. The issue is that it's euro dollars that they have to give another country rather than spend it within their own nations, because we don't accept other people's currency. So one man, there is issues here. I call them low-hanging fruits that African nations aren't doing themselves, right? We don't take other people's currencies. All those issues that I mentioned, these are all internal issues that have nothing to do with white man, at least not in a they've got a gun in your head sort of situation. Lack of regional integration, lack of regional cooperation, as Musanda mentioned, is actually probably the biggest reason why we will remain backwards. And there's that sentiment of cowardice, as well as what I initially stated when I opened up this conversation is Africans can't play Machiavelli game. And I don't mean that to Niger thing of, listen to his rules. I've never read that book, right? But I understand the character, right? Being Machiavelli just means doing whatever works and understanding whatever the meta frameworks are in the environment that you're in. So in this case, Africans need to understand that they do have a lot of power. They do have a lot of leverage. And this is where Musana did mention leverage, but he couldn't come out to specifics. They have leverage of regional integration and actually creating a currency if they wanted to. And what I said, it all is an agreement, right? If they could agree with this. And again, so the reason why there's no agreement is there's a lack of competence, right? Africans don't trust other Africans because Africans know deep down that Africans are low IQ.
All right. Do you want to know what a low hanging fruit really is? A low hanging fruit is a rudimentary logic. It's just base level logic. That's really what a low hanging fruit is. So let me ask you the same question that I asked Ike earlier on. What would the existing power structures do as you are trying to create this new structure? And let me expand it a little bit just for the understanding. So you are talking about this micro-regional economic hub that creates a coexisting dependency within their subset. But the dependency at the moment is on an international structure already in place, which is the dollarized global economy. So as you are creating now this your regionalized whatever it is, what will the will the existing structures are already in place not be aware of it? Will they ignore it because it's too little and of no significance?
So I can answer that
or,
quite
or
easily.
will they
So
react against it?
yeah.
Yeah.
Let me answer that. And that it hasn't materialized. So I'm not talking about BRICS, non-feasible currency. I'm talking as the independent countries that are willing to trade with amongst each other, because there is that statement as BRICS. China will sell and trade to anyone that's willing to buy. That's more or less their fundamental framework. China is good enough at making things that work good enough for African countries to buy, afford, and are willing to even probably do barter trading with them if they could, right? In terms of oil and gas, China would definitely buy oil and gas and trade it at higher levels with Nigeria for technology that they could use to industrialize. So meaning if Nigeria, let me use Nigeria, let me just use East Africa, right? Meaning China could actually operate with East African community while the West is putting sanctions on them, because the fundamental, here's the issue, right? The reason why we need Eurodollars is simple. It's because we can't buy machines and industrialize without them. Otherwise, we would be self-sufficient. We can't produce what we like to consume because our middle class is addicted to products that we can't make ourselves. So there's several solutions to that. One solution is you do trading with a country that's willing to do with you. China's proven to be that country. China will do barter trading with you on specific goods, resources, for their technology, right? So if that's the case, you just have to be, again, a very disciplined nation that does actually promote entrepreneurial spirit within the nation state, so that you can create products that you can start exporting within your regional block. So I'm already assuming that East African community is now functional. Somalia and perhaps even Ethiopia has negotiations with them, right? Some kind of off-script agreement that doesn't necessarily mean they're part of that block, right? Once you do that, you have a market, right? Once you have a market, because you're now producing, you have a market, you can now start producing. Your currency that you're using regionally gets strong enough that now other countries are willing to trade with you. So even if the so-called powers that be, as you call them, don't want you to move forward, their sanctions, or rather their lack of willingness to work with you, will be irrelevant if you're already able to get those things that you need to industrialize. So at the end of the day, it goes down to, are you organized enough? Are you disciplined enough to actually carry forward through? But I think Ike wants to say something.
Oh yeah, I thought I'd say something because he addressed the question to me, and I agree with a lot of what you've just said. You see, it's a question of permission versus forgiveness and all that kind of stuff. And a lot of times, if you're going to make change, it is often the case that you have to transgress and do things that are against the power, quote unquote, watching you, whom, by the way, depend a lot on you self-policing, right? You have these social pressures and etiquette. They wouldn't do that. Now, anyone, for example, let's say if you're an immigrant and you know some people who may be illegal immigrants, or if you've dealt with, sneaking into a particular nation and, messing around with paperwork and having a fake ID or whatever, you'll quickly find that, the Department of Justice doesn't really care so much about you. Point being, these powers that be have bigger fish to fry. Maybe they're really watching Iran, for example, right? Or something like that. And you doing some little transgressions, which are a lot of times will fly under their radar. A lot of times they were not expecting, they don't really know how to deal with. And if you do it well enough, you can get to the point whereby you're starting to have some leverage. In other words, where they can no longer act. This thing, as I'm sure you've seen in your life, one man, it happens, right? Whether in the corporate world or not, you're trying to do something, you're trying to get your way, and you just go ahead and you make the move. And when with enough support and so on, all of a sudden, that move that you made, that deviation now becomes the rule, because after all, you were successful, and it becomes too late. And also, again, the powers that be typically have bigger fish to fry than you at the time, and you take advantage of that.
All right, it's like fortune favors the brave sort of a narrative. What you're painting, very romanticized, but probably not vested in reality. do you know what happened to Gaddafi? Do you know the backdrop? Do you know the backstory to Gaddafi?
The
Well, yes.
backstory. Oh.
The back, yeah, the end, yeah, everything.
Yeah, so this narrative that Kaizo is painting is not a new innovation to space or time. This was and Gaddafi, by the way, did not even initiate it, but Gaddafi was also trying to create that regional structure that was going to vest Africa's fortune in gold and localize the fortunes within the African space. And he started to propel that idea. He was working with Abacha and people like that through that time. And we saw what ultimately that ended up with. And that's what I was saying, that will the existing...
He should never have given up his nuclear weapon program and cocked himself. Well, I know that what I'm doing right now is, they call it, a Monday morning quarterbacking, right? Looking back in history and talking counterfactual. I get it. But it turns out that kind of submitting to the American will post 9/11, after they started doing the Iraq stuff, and then him kind of like come in and say, hey, come inspect me, right? It turns out that was a bad move because they still killed, they still killed him anyways. You can say the alternative will be you end up being a Kim Jong-un, but at least he's still alive.
Yeah, but that's the wider point that I am making, that the existing structure would not allow you to take something away from them. Unless you are, Kaiser was talking about Machiavelli just then, unless you are very surreptitious, very covert in the way that you do that, and you have to do that from within. So creating all these sub-regional economic brackets that takes away from the flow of the international space. Gaddafi attempted it, they wiped him out. A lot of people attempted it, they wiped them out because the existing power structure would not let you take away from them in such a glaring and an obvious way. So if you want to go, if you have to take your slice within the existing structure, rather than create a structure outside of what is already existing, and that seems to be the way the world functions. And anybody that tries to take a slice away from the existing structure has always come to a sticky end. We saw it with Gaddafi, we saw it with Saddam, we saw it with all of them.
And yet we've had kings, executed, and the Tsar of Russia shot to death with his family in a basement. That also happens in history.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying this highly romanticized. It works in the lab, in the laboratory, where
no. But you ignore the other point. I mean, the power structure also sometimes ends up in the basement, shot in the head. That also does happen. Yes, for every 1,000 Lenins, there was one that actually won out. And part of him winning, by the way, was because he was backed by the Germans. It's not the only thing, but it was backed by the Germans. And that's relevant in this case, in the sense that the power structure, the power that be, is not unitary. It's not a monolith, right? All the time. So this is one aspect that you can take advantage of, in the sense that, you side with the other side. So it was in the Germans' interest to get rid of, to have somebody, after they've gotten rid of the Tsars, to have somebody that they can trust in the Russian side. After all, they were in a war, blah, blah, blah. So this is also a theme in history as well, that these empires and whatnot, powers that be, do get overturned. And sometimes you side with the right person who is coming up next, and you might get your spoils, right?
Yeah, that's an interesting point. So, one man, why are you afraid, right? And you're taking a very specific, narrow view of certain things, and you ignore the other side as if it's a better alternative, and then you're afraid of hope, right? And I'm going to go about pan-hopism. So, why are you afraid? Why the cowardice? Why are you cold?
No. It's not. It's pragmatism over sort of romanticized optimism. I don't read Mills and Boons, so I've never read Mills and Boons, so perhaps I missed out on the chance of being a romantic. But that leap of faith sort of narrative, it always never really often instances work. Fortune favors the brave and all that, but for one brave that fortune favors, 1,000 by the way.
Of course, one man. That is baked in the pie. It is part of taking that leap that yes, it's going to be 1,000 of you leaping. But the thing is, nothing else seems to overturn things, right? Like, yes, there were many groups other than the Bolsheviks who took over Russia. There were many groups, but all of them put their hat in, and one of them won, right? And this thing happens over and over again in history. By definition, it's not supposed to be like a get out of your house, go to the store, pay 5 cents and get a Snicker bar. That's not how it works. It's not certain, right?
Oh, okay, let's prune this down to a walkthrough. What is your recommendation one? How do you see it working? So just a short walkthrough of that. What are the consequences of that, especially the negative one? What are the mitigating circumstances? What are the consequences in terms of pushback, and how do you mitigate against that? So, in practical, pragmatic, workable terms, how do you see this working, and how do you mitigate against the things that will push against it working?
Okay, so Kai's already laid out what the desired outcomes are, which is to create blocks where you can trade amongst each other. And to overcome that, I've said that the issue is that initial conspiracy. Kaizo highlighted the fact that there is a trust issue amongst the people, right? Okay, fine. Now, to overcome this first step of how do these people start trusting each other, you have to assume that it's not the current crop of politicians looking across the aisle from the other crop. It has to be people who trust themselves based on a certain level of competence. Now, what I'm talking about is people who are actually elite in some way, shape, or form, outside of, quote unquote, being politically elite. By that, I mean elite in some other, quote unquote, objective way of measuring. For example, if we're talking basketball, you'll be talking about elite, highly endowed, in terms of nature, people, athletic wise. So same thing in this other regard. It could be in the realm of technology / rabble rousing and being a demagogue, whatever it is. But elite people whom trust that elite status, they have to be the ones that form the core of any conspiracy. Otherwise, it's not going to work, right? So then there's the clandestine aspect, which needs to be there as well. There's a third, and I'll move the object forward in a little bit. But the third aspect is something you mentioned, one man, which is that the fact that something is taken away from you by the system in and of itself can be used as leverage for, basically describing slave morality, right? Basically turning the person on top to become the person below, morally. The whole, the rich man is damned philosophy, the whole Gandhi type thing. In other words, you can start taking steps of like, let's say you've decided that, okay, I'm going to take over the power structure within your region, which is that needs to happen. In other words, the first step needs to be the current crop within your particular little neck of the woods. Let's say in Kenya, for example, that crop of politicians cannot be the ones involved in this conspiracy. It has to be a new elite.
Can I interject you?
Go ahead. Yeah.
You are taking some giant leaps in order to land on a smooth road. The leadership of any space is a product of that space. So I think we're all agreed on that. So these are not people at variance with their people. These are often instances people in concurrence with their people. So a lot of spaces criticize their leadership, but the leadership often instances is a representation of what those people are. And we saw that with the Arab Spring. For all of the revolutionary thing that we saw with the Arab Spring, what change was effected is sound and fury that ultimately signified nothing. So they huffed and puffed, but they did not blow the house down. So they spun around.
You are
started because their leadership is a product of who they are.
Yeah, I see a couple of truths in what you're saying. 100%. There are truths in what you're saying. I do not wish to attack too much the Arab Spring example that you gave, but a lot of times people forget certain kinds of things that is going on. Let's say, for example, in the Arab world right now, with regards to opening up to venture capital and trying to, even for example, Saudi Arabia saying basically we cannot look to oil forever. We're trying to get into this venture capital game and are really putting billions of dollars towards that. And women are driving in this and that and the other. Now, one typically doesn't draw a clear line between some spike in the map, such as the Arab Spring, and then they seemingly returned to some kind of conservatism. But then you find a decade later things that turned out to have drastically changed. But this does not take away from the point that you're making, right? I get your point. But even within a society who, by the way, the elites are kind of chosen, or shall I say, followed, or also maybe perhaps been granted their power by the society, right? It is like a social club thing. Everybody has decided that this is the thing to look up to, and we all look up to it. And the bourgeoisie tries to climb up. That it becomes their life goal is to become a climber towards the pinnacle, whatever the pinnacle is, right? It's the thing to be. You want to eat what they eat, have their views, read the newspapers that they read, and have the luxury beliefs that they have, right? And say all the platitudes and all that kind of stuff. So yes, the people do look up to the elite in that way. And the reason, now you might find this completely implausible, but that elite has to be displaced by another elite that is also as attractive. This tends to happen. There's several reasons why this can happen, but typically, demagoguery 101 is you go after the young.
Sorry, what mindset will the displacing elite have that will be at variance with the elite that they're displacing?
There's always
the displacing elite will still be a product of that environment. So what mindset change will take place?
You can take, for example, let's say with the West, okay? In the West, you have highly, amongst the crop of, let's say, highly intelligent, perhaps even politically astute and aware people, you can have a group of people whom are, shall we say, good with the neoliberal global elite, Davos, type of sentiment. And everything is kind of clean. And, generally we do woke, semi-liberal kind of talking points for our morality and such. That you have that wing. But you also have another wing whom are not in power right now, of people who are more libertarian. They're more, if you want to look in the world of capitalism, there'll be more of the entrepreneurial capitalists versus the managerial capitalists. The managerial capitalists are the ones who come in and they manage things and they institute certain things that are perhaps a little too stringent, and they're very careful about what everybody says, lest the advertising dollars get pulled, blah, 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 right? That wing. And then if you want to put a person to it, you could say Elon Musk has a different kind of a wing, right? And there are people, there is a difference, because I believe this is the point of your question, between the mindset, even though it's still the West, still amongst this, politically developed, astute, and even people with resources, but there is a divide. One side seems to have the power right now in terms of the velvet rope of the Davos elite is still more shiny and still more what people look up to. But there is this other side, right? Does that address the ways in which there can be a divide within the elite regarding the narrative and the story that they're going to sell to the people? Because what they have to do to displace the other side is to sell their side. Like, hey, look, it's better to be over here with entrepreneurial capitalism, way blah, 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 and Ayn Rand and John Galt and whatever the fuck, right?
All right. Have you ever heard of an artist called India Arie? Have you ever heard of India Arie?
Yeah, India Arie. Yeah, she's cool.
All right. So she sang this song, Back to the Middle. So you're talking about ideological thrust. But within that ideological thrust, there's a center ground, which is really where everything takes place. So that struggle for power is not a struggle for change. It's just a struggle for who controls the space. Let me use Nigeria as an example. There's a rich oil field in Nigeria called the Malabu Field. That's where the pork belly fat of the Nigerian oil well is. So now, what we tend to notice is when an administration takes over, they tend to take over that oil field and assign it to a company that is owned by by the now subsisting administration that is current. So they've come in with the mantra of change, coming to clean out the UG's table and all of that, but everything circles back round to the middle. And that's the Arab Spring narrative. So it's all India Iris stuff back to the middle. So all of
I would have to, since you bring back the Arab Spring thing again, I would have to say that no, the history doesn't tend to move that way. It is the middle, but it's a spiral. It's not the same plane. It's not the same location you were before, because there is such a thing. For example, while I'm not like somebody that just thinks you just go ahead and overturn history, I'm not some kind of liberal or utopian per se, but you will be right if you said that the conservative of today is way liberal in terms of his social outlooks and certain other types of things and way he views structure of society than the liberal of 100 years ago. So there is a direction, a trajectory. While you have this circle going around, but the circle is actually moving also in the third dimension. There is a other kind of a change that tends to happen as well. Okay, now one of the things that doesn't change is because people have a certain kind of a I don't want to be too obscure with this example, but I think it's interesting the point that we're making here about this kind of cycles of history. That people have, for example, a religious impulse, right? It manifests itself in many different ways. Meanwhile, the common man or the low IQ person would think that religion is something that is dying or something like that. Like, no, it's not dying. It goes and it comes back in shows some other type of face. Okay, because that religious impulse is not something that it comes out of man. It is not going anywhere. Okay, whether you start saying, okay, I'm no longer, I don't believe in Christianity anymore. Now I'm a Bolshevik atheist, and Bolshevism and communism becomes your religion, and you treat it in the same kinds of ways, following the same kind of logical fallacies, the same kind of confirmation bias, and all the same all too human behavior associated with what people might call religion. So I just say that to say that there are ways in which there are constants in human nature that keeps on cycling through. Hence, you see that same return. But there are other changes, a lot of which have to do with technology, right? That change the landscape in which this cycle is happening, if that makes sense.
It does make sense, and I'm on board with that technology being a quantum leap for change, and I think a lot of adaptation, especially in Nigeria, and I know that they're adapting to technology in places like Kenya as well. Even more so, their payment system now are almost totally digitalized and all that. But that is still within the existing structure. But this long and tortuous road that leads to the land of maybe that you and Kaiser are describing is just what I'm somewhat.
It is the land of adventure, by the way. So the two things I want to make. So number one, 100%, at least for myself, this is a heroic narrative that has everything to do with my metaphysical outlook of life, right? And it's not some kind of, I'm worried about Africa and I want to do something. No, it is, you live a heroic life. That's the only life worth living. And it is the same thing that called Abraham out of his tent when he was 75 years old, having all the luxuries of life. And Abraham's dad was a rich man. He had, but go out there into the world. And what did he face when he went out there? All kinds of carnage and craziness, and his wife almost getting stolen and blah, 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 all kinds of, but that is I'm just basically saying the hero's journey, right? And by definition, obviously, there's no guaranteed pot of honey at the end, but we know that this is the life that we want. We want a life of excitement and all these other types of things. That's one thing. On the other hand, you have shall I just say a black pill kind of, it's not going to happen anyway. Nothing can happen. You're trapped here, and let's just kind of in a smiling way take whatever slice we can get. There is no everything is almost like a predetermined machine grinding towards a particular direction, too much momentum from the past or whatever. And it's just, too many watchers. You cannot outsmart these overwatchers and everything, but let's just do it with a smile because, the future is African anyways. That seems to be your position.
No, I'm not Uncle Tommy. even though you and Kaizo are somewhat kinte in somewhat in a little, pragmatic steps will take us to where we need to be, not this quantum leap into the land of flip a coin. Pragmatic steps. So let me describe. Take Nigeria as an instance. If Nigeria solves its electricity problem, it solves which is within the realms of the country to solve. They have the capacity to do it. If they solve their security problems, which is still within the realms of the country's capacity to solve, and if they solve somewhat the infrastructural problems, which is still within the realms of the country to solve. Just 3 problems that the country is abundantly capacitated to solve. If Nigeria solves those 3 problems, Nigeria will be restricting people from coming into Nigeria rather than people restricting Nigerians from coming into their country. It will be the land of of milk and honey, the land of glitter, and you know what Nigeria is anyway. So if they solve those 3 problems, that will quantum leap that, because the anticipation anyway that is that by the year, and this is by the way from one of the big houses, was it Deloitte and Touche or something, that by the year 2050 Nigeria will be one of the top 5 economies in the world. So and that's because the fixing of Nigeria, they're just so low hanging a fruit that is easily done. So you don't need this heroic, romanticized, just leap out of, I want to escape the white man's bondage sort of a mindset, because you are not even in a white man's bondage anyway. You are in a bondage of the that is a circumstance of your constraints, and you can somewhat unshackle those constraints by fixing just easily reachable low-hanging fruits that will redecimalize you within that structure and will give you more leverage power. So it works that way, not this quantum leap into the land of Wakanda or whatever it is. That I don't know what mindset is that.
So can I make a statement here? So I want to ask you some questions. What are your goals? Because I don't think your goals are similar to perhaps me and Ike. I think your goal is to be the house slave and survive, which is fine, right? It's okay. I think our goal is to seek emancipation within a reasonable time frame. So please identify what are your goals in this whole pro-Black Pan-African sort of discussion. Is incremental differences good enough for you? And if so, is it irrelevant whether we ever catch up to the white man's technology development and sovereignty, as long as we have what we can objectively see as significant freedoms? So is it freedom from or freedom to? And what are your markers or standards for success? Because if it's trying to somewhat catch up or reach a level that is somewhat comparative to Dwight Mann's level, that's not going to happen with this incremental step. But if it's Dwight Mann reaches Star Trek level of being able to basically do whatever he wants, control matter, and we are living in a world where we take his crumbs, and by that virtue, his crumbs is living like a millionaire today, but in that time frame, and you think that will happen, and I agree with you. If that's the case, please state, what are your goals?
All right, I'll state mine, but only if you state yours as well. But I'll state mine first because I have confidence in what I am saying, and it's more pragmatic. I'm not weighing it against any white person. My abiding objective is to be seen. Do you understand? It's to be seen, so that on the global stage, you stand as what you are, So it's not necessarily in competition with the Dwight man or the yellow man or any man in between. If you take the Arabians, for instance, they are seen. You may say that some technology came out of their cusp, but they have no technology now. They are totally and utterly dependent on globalized technology to harness their space. But nevertheless, they're seen. But we are not seen. So to be seen. So the white man is going to the moon. So you want to go to Mars? Well, that's an ambition, and it's not within it's not out of bounds the realms of our capacity. Certainly not. But first be seen, and then be acknowledged, and then through that being seen and being acknowledged, then you don't have a table at a seat. And then you want to sit on top of do you think you have a chair at the table and then you want to sit at the top of the table? So you want to leap from not even having a chair at the table to wanting to, because that's why I'm saying this Mills and Boone stuff, this Wakanda forever sort of narrative. So have a chair at that table first, and then navigate from that chair to the head of that table, if that is your ambition. But have a chair at that table first, and that chair is easily attainable because we're visually seen, but we're not impactfully seen. So we have to be impactfully seen first, and that would then be our leverage because that's our voice. So that's where I am. But you seem to be you want to beat the white man, as you call them, to the moon. Or no. That's not where you've not even gotten to grasp with the rudimentaries of what is going on around you, and you want to leapfrog right above and it's just fantasized stuff. So I'm talking to pragmatism and attainable stuff, not pie in the sky.
Okay. Great points. Let me just shout out to I don't know if Ike, you want to shout out to super chats or
I see a Dusty Dwight man, Benoit. He comes first because he's superior to the Dusty Lex, the Dusty Brown lady. But shout out to Lex, always supporting, always throwing down here. She didn't even put any words. She just throw down the $10. Appreciate you as always. And we have
50.
No, I'm talking about Lex.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Lex. And then after Lex comes Benoit with the $50, and he says, "Awesome discussion." So yeah, and now at this point, I guess Kaizo, you can.
Kaizo eats tonight. Thank you, Benoit.
Yeah. You can.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. Okay, this is kind of interesting. So, one man, I do sense a spirit of fear in you, right? You actually are afraid of. You're afraid of change. You're afraid of risk, right? And I think I mentioned earlier, if you are doing anything in this world, risk is an integral part of the calculus, right? You can call it in science, they kind of call it like, what's the term? Well, it's like some kind of like stabilizing factor that's just using an equation, right? Risk is one of them. It's an intrinsic factor of doing any equation and making things work. It's a constant, right? Risk is a constant to anything that you're going to do. And I think you are afraid of risk.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Kaizo. I think in a similar sense to Mr. IC3, one man is looking at one side of the coin, of which takes nothing away from your side of the coin. If perhaps only what it may take away is not recognizing that your side of the coin will be required. Point being, if you take Mr. IC3, or let's say Mr. One Man's more gradual, you may take advantage of opportunities as they come along, get a seat at the table and move towards the top of the table. There is a need for, at the edges, wild risk takers, whom will be the spearhead of taking advantage of things as they come along, taking advantage of the little cracks as they open up, as things tend to happen.
The puncher's chance? Is that the puncher's chance? Do you know what the puncher's chance is?
No, go ahead, please. I think I get the idea, but go ahead.
Yes. Do you know Floyd Mayweather, the boxer?
Correct. Yes.
He's one of the most boring fighters you'll ever watch.
Exactly.
He always wins because
Yes.
he takes calculated risks, but he never throws it all out there. Do you know this guy beaten by Tyson Fury, the American guy, braided hair? I forget his name now. Lanky fellow like that. Oh, he was the world champion WBA heavyweight. Oh, his name will come in a minute. He is a totally rubbish fighter, but he just relies on the one punch. So that's the punches. So you are just looking at the potluck. You are talking about potluck, and I'm talking about things that are workable. So
No, but here's the thing that I don't think you are seeing, and that's why I'm trying to bring you and guys together here, basically saying like, look, what you're talking about is not going to happen without their people who live the crazy life on the edge, of which don't worry about the numbers of them and just know that you're going to need one of them at the right time. And if you are going through this world of I'm going to take chances when the chances arise, and then you look and all of you are just basic bourgeois sitting at the white man's table, not having tried anything, or be in a position, because that is also very key. Not to belabor the particular analogy that I've been using, but with the Bolsheviks and taking advantage of the fact that this particular king, Tsar Nicholas, made many mistakes, right? And many things were going wrong. But the thing is, if you didn't have these many groups, most of which did not succeed, right? Trying to shoot, for their pie in the sky approach, you would not have the one that took advantage. So let's say you're a Tolstoyan type of person. You're Tolstoy, more conservative. You sit and you watch the hand of God move, and you know that certain things are going to be inevitable. But still, God's hand has to use certain types of individuals at the right time. And I don't see any conflict between these 2 points of view, right? Like, it's as I mentioned, it's like, okay, based on my heroic view of life and thinking that this is the life that is best to live, that ingredient needs to be there. People like myself need to be there in order for your side to actually come to fruition.
All right. I don't totally disagree with that. You need that revolutionary zeal to be the underbelly fire that continues to, agitate the people at the top to demand and effect change. But that revolutionary zeal, it only really serves when it serves that purpose, just as a pressure to the top. But this idea that you can have some African economic structure, which is good, and you can have it, but you can have it really within the wider structure, and then try and plug it into the wider structure, and that is leverage. Yes, but you cannot. I cannot say you cannot, but you will struggle to have it as a breakaway structure from the wider structure.
So how about Kaizo's point about because I agree with him, because it's a question of characterization of the situation that we're in right now. So there's a certain characterization that says, look, there's literally low-hanging fruit. So you're talking about this, these steps towards regional such and such, right? So there's just lots of low-hanging fruit that would not even raise the eyebrow of the power structure right now. Let's say you, X, Y, and Z decide to start trading with each other, using the dollar as the way of valuing things, but not exchanging dollars, right? And that's not going to all of a sudden cause the World Bank to turn against you, right? The Eye of Sauron is not going to be activated by many of these low-hanging fruit. I agree with this characterization that they're just low-hanging fruit that are not being taken advantage of. What do you think about that characterization? Yes. And if so, then why are they not being taken advantage of?
Yes, you can have those low-hanging fruits, but that's why I said it's a long and tortuous road to a land of maybe. That's just what it is. A long and tortuous road to a land of maybe. So you can have these little pockets of intra-trade between neighboring countries, let's say Ethiopia, Arcadia, and they're doing their cute little thing or whatever. So that's nice and quaint, and that's lovely and all that. But the moment it starts to show, and it's only really a cute little pat it on the head thing, if it stays within that space. But the moment it starts to have any form of potency, then it's quickly crushed. And we've seen that happen endlessly, and I've cited examples in the course of this conversation. So that little peppy little whatever it is that is going on between that intra trade is just sweet and quaint, but it doesn't really lead anywhere.
Well, if
And
you
for
think
it
there's, I mean, but there's no kind of room at all for playing the moral high ground games in what you present, because it is possible to be seen as a victim and hence push off the the foot of the great victimizer, because some of the people amongst the victimizer class may think it's uncouth. In other words, appeal to that notion of, hey, after all, these Africans need to be able to exchange this rice by themselves. After all, blah blah blah, white, and then activate the white guilt, if you will. Don't you have any room at all for the playing of that hand, the victim hand, which you indeed do have?
I'm not talking about you. You are the one playing the victim hand, by the way.
No.
I'm the one.
I'm not. Let's take a step back. I'm saying that
Not you
insofar as,
personally, but the narrative
yeah,
that you and Kaizo are presenting are very much the victim hand. But let me cite you another example that really plays into it again. Have you heard of a juggernaut called Monsanto?
yes.
All right. So now they're taking over all of the seedlings in the world. And they're now essentially destroying regenerative sort of cropping, and really moving the world towards a dependency on crops coming from them. And if you look
Yes,
across
we know of the food.
yes, and if you look across the African span now, they've taken over sort of the croppings in that space. So it was cute and quaint for you to carry on your African intra trade in your whatever it is, that ugali, that tasteless.
If we stick with Monsanto, for example, and by the way, what I was talking about when I was talking about that, the moral card is available to be played by anyone, and your political position, your power position, would determine whether or not you're playing the slave card or the master card. You and I, if we're going to play the moral card at all, saying, hey, rally people around us to stop, the white man from blocking us, we're going to be playing a slave morality moral card, right? And in that, just along those lines, you have a lot of anti-Monsanto sentiment, right? That you can leverage. I mean, with every news report on Monsanto, and I know, I get it, they're taking over the worldwide, people,
Well,
just hippies
so there it is. So
protesting.
why are you continuing where you concede that?
No. I'm saying that, look,
in spite of whatever it is that you are saying.
No, what I'm saying is,
so why do you continue from there?
what I'm saying is, when it comes to political action that people are going to take against you, the kind of thing like, hey, look, Monsanto is coming to get me, can actually work. Monsanto's hand might be paused in that particular regard. It doesn't mean Monsanto's not going to continue to do what they're doing patent-wise, production-wise, to continue to corner the market. But if they decide to, let's say, for example, take some kind of legal action against you, you could cry wolf and say, hey, cry foul, and that could shame them in the space of, the court of public opinion. I'm only talking about this narrow PR marketing wing of things, which can help you in you're going to need it as you creep up the table. We're following your program, we start at the bottom of the table. You're not going to creep up the table if you don't have some kind of moral high ground, moral card to play.
Are you a Christian, Ike?
That depends.
All right. If you're a Christian, and then you'd have heard the song, someone's pray, my Lord, kumbaya. So this is all kumbaya, all this kumbaya.
So all of a sudden you decide to overturn, saying, hey, go live the heroic life, try something, build this factory, try to do exchange. It'll be more fun, it'll be more exciting. Maybe you'll make some money. You've turned that into a kumbaya stance, even though I've admitted that, hey, this might completely lose.
Yes, it's a Wakanda Kunta Kinte version of kumbayaism, isn't it? Really, we have to fall into the loop, and that's just it, because there's no function outside of the loop.
Let me. This is I'm trying to. I see something. It is interesting in the sense that, let's say, if you take the world of regular,
so I think one man is
no. I think that you are assuming that what I'm saying perhaps is very far outside. You know, you have to just completely system bashing, system turning around, going out of the system. It's like, no. If you, for example, are within, let's say, like the corporate world, you understand that middle of the road corporate ladder following, you know, completely tracked individual, and then the people who lie to their left and their right, who are definitely just doing the thing. And then there's a wide chasm of the people whom actually are impactful. Either they take over the company or they break out, they start a new thing, blah, blah, blah. They're not doing anything so far outside the system, but they are so in the minority in terms of having that mindset of, I'm not going to follow rules because these rules are created to keep the incumbent in power. It does not necessarily mean I'm trying to overturn the whole corporate structure. I'm just recognizing there's certain things that are there to keep certain incumbent powers. And if you do take this approach of better to ask for forgiveness rather than permission, you find that you'll be surprised, you know, the chasm that you can create between yourself and others, but you're still within the same system, right? I've seen this play out many, many times in my own life.
Yeah, but sorry, Kaizo, did you want to go first?
Yeah, so I think it's kind of interesting. Like, you didn't mention the whole managerial capitalism thing going on. So one man, I'm not even against your position. Your position is probably how I curate my life at the moment because it works, and it's about moving.
Sorry, repeat that.
Right. So yeah, I'm not gonna come against you for that.
That's how you curate your life because it works. So why you not taking this quantum leap that you are theorizing at?
Right. Okay, so because in my specific life, the risk is higher than the payout, right? So at the moment, I can't take high risks in doing certain things. However, right, when we are talking about macro scale, I am willing to take the risk because the payout actually makes sense. So yes, it is about risk. But yeah, personally, I do like, you know, what you're saying makes sense, right? In a very individual setting.
Sorry, I thought you were going to a wider point before I interrupted you.
No, you can go.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not sure that I'm too far away from you guys, but I'm pretty sure that you guys are far away from me. But nobody is saying submit bravery. You need a quantum leap. You need to ruffle feathers. You need to change the status quo. You need to smash and rebuild. All of that I'm on board with. But you're not going to change the world. You're not going to change the paradigm. So whatever revolutionary zeal that subsumes you at whatever moment, that still has to function within what exists. And there's still certain pragmatic things that you have to do. You know, like the African space, for instance, for it to be taken with any sort of consideration, it has to civilize its space. You know, and you are saying, oh, determines what's civilized or not. We all know what is civilized and what is not. So it has to civilize its space. It has to have some sort of coherence. It has to have some sort of structure and stability, and it has to have a lot of things. So those basic fundamentals have to be in place, and for those basic fundamentals to be in place, certain actions have to take place. You know, you have to do the boring work. You have to do the structured, you know, the laid down. Certain things have to be done. So the fundamentals. So you cannot just through this idealistic, romanticized. That's why I call it kumbaya.
Well, you're doing a bit of a straw man with regards to the people on the panel, right? None of us here are, you know, have wool over our eyes with regards to practical, pragmatic, and such, right? You're doing a little bit of a, because at the same time, because, you know, if we're to say, okay, there's a positive program, the positive program that you will lay out, as you just admitted, will not be different from ours, right? But to come in and say, hey, but to wave the cautionary finger can always be done. You can always come to somebody and say, oh, but there's caution. Oh, but you must be careful. It's like, no matter what the thing is, okay, we've decided we're going to go on picnic. Somebody can be like, okay, oh, you must be careful. The you must be careful, I don't think necessarily applies equally to everybody. Yes, there's a lot of, or there are, I should say, a lot of intuitards out there speaking idealistically about stuff that they have no idea what, meanwhile, they have not cleaned their room. Meanwhile, they haven't done anything. They haven't let a dent in it. They don't know how to do anything to begin with. So I understand the impulse to push against that. But I mean,
all right. So if we take the conversation back to where it started, which is how the ICC is weighted against well, the colorism within that space. So that's a low-hanging fruit that can be attacked. So that'll be a good starting point. But please, none of these quantum leaps where you don't have the leverage to spring. So it's just like I don't want to use adjectives that but I won't call it silly, but it's just romanticized stuff. You want to take a quantum leap when you don't even have. How do you do that?
yeah. On a perhaps adjacent point here, what do you think about those European revolutions? You can take your pick. You can look at the French and the way they went about doing it. You could look at how the English, killed their kings, or you could look at Lenin and then Stalin afterwards. How the Kaiser came down. These types of things. What are your thoughts about that particular movement in history and the moment in history, including perhaps some of the characters and all that? Marx, Engels, Lenin, we're all. What does your machine say about those types of people?
Well, I couldn't tell you about those people, but I can tell you about Queen Amina of Zaria, who more, I'm more interested. The first suffragette in the world, who probably singularly started the evolution of female emancipation. She was, at least, I'm not quite sure if it documents earlier than her. And she's, of course, from northern Nigeria, Queen Amina of Zaria. She was one of the first to start to assert female rights. So I can also tell you about Mrs.
Was it violent or passive?
So if you type her name, you see her on a horse with a sword. So she asserted it with authority. So I can also tell you about Mrs. Ransom Kuti, Fela Kuti's mother, who was one of the pioneering women for women's rights, not only in Nigeria but Africa. But those revolutionary spaces were spaces that are of that time and of that moment in time. You will struggle to find all of those Bolshevik, French Revolution, Queen Amina of Zaria, or all of those types of revolutionary. You would even struggle to find a Che Guevara in this time and space, because the time and space does not insulate for that anymore. So you cannot, through history, come to contemporaneous times and say, what about? So that was that point in time. And whereas
I like it. You answered the question. And by the way, it wasn't the intention to, bring it into contemporary times. It's more like, okay, the follow-up question, and then perhaps Flex that can come in is, do you think that there was any, or there is any benefit to these kinds of revolutionary thrusts? Like, granted, in other words, there are many things that move history, right? There's the climate that changes. There's a technology that happens, and many other things. There are demographic kind of cycles as well, right? All these things move history, and then individuals find themselves in situations, and something happens, and it would seem as though that the spark came from Lenin, as opposed to, well, it would have happened anyways with somebody. Somebody just happened to be there, right? But do you think that these kinds of let's agitate for women's rights, let's agitate for the freedom of the and the dictatorship of the proletariat, these types of things, do they as a whole redound to the benefit of mankind? Are these things good, these pushes? I have my doubts, just to kind of put my hand on the table there. I agree with you that there are many things that move history and people have to just find it fitting where they fit. And I've said that, hey, the role that I would like to play is to be as heroic as possible so that I can play that particular part that the heroic people play when the situations are right.
Did you say something there or did you go off?
Oh, I was saying something, but I didn't know if I am I still talking? Do you still hear me?
We could hear you. Maybe your system dipped, Kaizo.
Yeah, I think something with Kaizo. But yeah, go ahead. Just a quick kind of the Zarya person and her fight. Is that a good thing for humanity? People whom are fighting ever towards certain types of more freedom, liberalism, expansion of notions of rights and such. What do you think about that whole thing?
Sorry, I muted myself. There she is right there on your screen. Queen Amina of Zaria. She's from northern Nigeria. And you can see her dates. So if suffragettism, if female emancipation dates are further back beyond this years, then I'd like to know. So she's the first suffragette as far as I'm aware. But I know that revolutionary zeal is still well within us. But it manifests in other nuances, but it's not going to manifest in the impactful or visually impactful manner that it did in those times, because those times facilitated for that, but these times do not. So it is there, but it will have to manifest differently, and I think it is that sort of mind space and impact space that you and Kaizo are speaking to. But what I am saying is that this moment in time does not facilitate for that anymore.
I can so I don't know if you've heard of Francis Fukuyama and his book The End of History, but even if you've not heard of him, there is a general idea of, perhaps popularized by Marx, of history having a general direction, and then things kind of settle down and stop at some point. And he said that it'll stop, with full communism, right after the stages have been passed. But Hegel and there are certain others whom have acknowledged that there's a general direction whereby things are going to taper out, and population will go down. People stop having kids, and things will kind of just blend into this gray boringness, and that we've arrived there is a certain aspect of what you're saying. In the sense that they say, look, all the turmoil and the wild swings of the pendulum of history are done. We're now in that middle land where it is basically liberal capitalism in whatever form that is going to be. That's going to be it for the rest going forward. That's it. That humans cannot do any better.
No, we're not there yet. Yeah. We're not there yet because Africa is not yet plugged in. But
Africa... then you give me hope then for at least one last swing at this at the crazy bat.
I mean, that Fukuyama narrative is just, what's up, everybody? But that Fukuyama narrative, the end of history, it's just, it was just a product of the times. It was the collapse of the Soviet Union. You're going into the new millennium. There was that optimism there, that techno optimism. I think that's all he got wrapped up in. And, he became like an interesting, figure for, think tankers to, pretty much give a pat on the back.
Yeah, well put. I don't know what's going on with Kaizo's internet, but what are your thoughts?
I'm back now.
Okay. Yeah. Are you gonna? Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Flexed Up. So the topic was on the ICC, or signing yourself into certain types of agreements that then you cannot get yourself out of, and you don't have any leverage to get yourself out of, and you keep on digging yourself deeper. And Kaiser was praising the Ethiopians for not signing certain things and demonstrated how the Americans sanctioned the judge, right? I'll prosecute your prosecutor. I'm putting a hit on your judges, effective immediately. It's on site type stuff. And one man came in saying, you don't have leverage. You're not going to do that. Calm down. Try to at least be seen. at the table, because right now you don't even exist, before you start trying to say, I'm not going to sign stuff?
I think, I think this is what I think, right? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello? Okay. Yeah, so this is what I think. I think that I think subversion is necessary. I think you need to build yourself up. I think you need to have a level of patience, but I think if subversion gets you 80% of the way there, that last 20% will be that brutal, I need to put my cards on the table moment. That's my belief.
Okay, Kaizo, stop eating or whatever the hell you're doing, and moderate your goddamn show.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. So okay. Interesting point. So flexed up right here, right? So let me bring it back. Do you think that because one man is very fearful. He thinks, well, first of all, he has a wrong model, right? In his model, he thinks that if you play according to the books, the risk of things going wrong is if you actually take a move towards a certain action, aka, right? He's all about respectability, African politics. Don't try too hard to succeed. Just go and play according to the rules and figure out some loopholes within the rules, but don't try to recreate something. So he feels that is the ideal path for Africa forward, as opposed to doing more radical things such as, and I keep calling it low-hanging fruits, go out there, go make a functional regional power, right? That even has its own currency that it can leverage in the international markets, right? And then as you're doing that, they will reach a point whereby you now have access to, you're in the flow, right? You're in the zone. You've now reached critical mass, so that you can now, let's say, so that you now are a target for these international bodies. One of them is IMF, one of them is ICC, coming for you, creating fake false cases against you, and putting pressure on your government to give you up. And we've seen we've seen them do this to legitimate rulers such as Kenya's two presidents, Uhuru and Ruto, right? So if that's the case, we already know the players, right? China has an economic war with America. Great. Okay, so you can literally get all the technologies from there that you need. Yes, they're not as great as ASML or something at the highest level. I don't know, 5 nanometer chips. No, you're not going to do that, but you can get enough chips to industrialize, to create what you need. And if that's the case, you already have a market because you've now integrated your regional economies. Then why the fear, right? So my question to you is, what sort of paths are you looking for towards so-called African sovereignty? And again, it could just be one country, right? But any sort of African sovereignty.
Me, I'm a regional guy. I'm a you create some regional bodies at scales to where you can really be a player, because I just don't think these countries are players for the most part. So what I think is you take that regional approach, and then you sneak in, you play the subversive route for a little bit, so you take that big step, but then you play the incremental game for a little while, and that it may involve like dressing up what you're doing as being good for your population, but also somewhat good for some of these other forces that you'll have to deal with, So I think that's the path that you take. And then as, chaos, kind of, makes its way around, you use those moments to take those jumps. You really use those moments, and you use whatever leverage you have to really, play that card that you have. So that's kind of how I see it.
Yeah, the being ready for chaos stuff. Well, first of all, regarding what you said, Kaizo, on one man and his fear. Anyways, I have a comment about that. I think it's more like more low level than fear. It's more of a rhetorical thing where somebody is saying something and you can always come in with a cautionary principle because it always sounds smarter and more considered. Okay, you that the skeptical side of things always seems to be more sophisticated, right, and nuanced. So you can always do that, and I think there's that in no small measure is what Mr. One Man is doing, and he can defend or himself when he comes back in a few minutes. But the aspect of being ready for chaos, I think it's understated, and it seems to be the case that people are saying, "Oh, but you don't know when the chaos is going to happen." It's like, yes, that's precisely. You think you're going to predict it? You're going to predict the right time you're going to time the market and time the geopolitical circumstances and time events. Like, no, we can't predict the future. Hence, you have to have people who are ready to take that punch or make the leap. Okay, this is not talking about everybody needs to do that. Of course not. You know, let the people who prefer to be bourgeois in this philosophical sense remain bourgeois in the philosophical sense and just kind of wait. But there's some people who with revolutionary zeal, again philosophically, and to again use a Lenin example. I think that the Bloody Sunday, which happened in Russia, where there was a protest against the Tsar because of bread and stuff like that, and the Tsar reacted in a very bad way. This particularly incompetent Tsar shot them and such, and then fomented a great deal of kind of it turned the the lower classes, those village dwelling agricultural people against the Tsar. Lenin could never have, there was nothing that was necessarily going to predict that exactly. But without that, he could not have then played what he played. And even then, it could have been somebody else that won. The quote unquote Mensheviks that won first in terms of taking over power. And then he had to play his hand and then get in there. But if you're not ready, then nothing is going to happen. You're not going to be able to take advantage of this chaos. And since you don't know when it's going to happen, that's why you live the heroic life. And whatever happens in the heroic life is the will of God. Shout out to Jordan Peterson.
Okay, yeah, I mean that makes sense. I think generally I think I ignored One Man's cautionary tale, like, because you can apply it to anything. So I know you already said that, right? But it's one of those things you can apply to anything, right? Even the so-called low risk stuff. It just depends on whatever happens. And I don't even mean it in an asymmetrical way that he thinks he's making the argument. It's really not that asymmetrical, right? You could follow the whatever it is, right? Things happen, chaos happens, and it really depends on, I don't know, the luck and preparedness, right? If you're prepared the best way you can, you have a little bit of luck on your side, you might succeed. And
maybe he doesn't quite see the depth of selfishness and solipsism involved.
Right.
Because if you think that any of this has anything to do with me thinking I'm going to save anybody, then that will not be at all worth it. This is the heroic life is not about, shout out to Abraham. Yes, he was promised to be the father of nations in the future, but that was not the real juice of why the heroic life was worth it, right?
He wanted adventure, man. He wanted out there to rule and shit the best way. He wanted to just go out and do stuff. Yeah. So okay. So the question here is this, though, right? Like, we've seen that everything goes back to the Eurodollars, right? All these things that we've been talking about for years. African country being cucked here and there, and not being able to do X, Y, Z against certain powerful nations. And again, it even starts leading to you being cucked even towards irrelevant nations out of fear, because now that's your action, that's your modus operandi, right? That's your path of least resistance. So if that's the case, we know everything leads right down to Eurodollars. I don't really think the solution is so difficult anymore, because I've been saying, hey, China model, right? And by China model, I don't mean what China did. I'm saying figure out what works for you, listening and understanding your economics potential, and then do it, right? Just this whole adopting, because I think the main reason I even brought up this conversation today is because I keep seeing Africans adopting things and importing them, as opposed to developing them, changing them, or adding value relevant to how they think, right? So in this case, Machiavellianism, right? They don't understand what Machiavellianism is at the appropriate level. For them, they think it's whatever it is he wrote down, and the context of which is not the point. The point is understanding that this is all games, and play the best game that you can, etc.
Definitely.
Well, I agree, and shout out to Flex, but he probably has a few things, but I'm gonna take care of something, but I'll be back.
Yeah, I definitely think the game aspect. I think that's what I guess the African zeitgeist is lacking. The ability to sit down and realize, hey, you have your hand, the hand that you were dealt. Everybody around you has their own hand, and it's your choice how you're gonna play your cards, and what you keep close to to your vest, I guess, and what you decide to show or reveal to, I guess, the rest of the players at the table.
Yep, I generally agree. But for real, man, do you not just think it's an IQ problem? Why can't we get basic low-hanging fruit stuff done? Integrate our freaking economies. Why am I paying double tax when I'm getting, I'm not going to say what, from Ethiopia, vice versa? It's like, why am I going to pay tax both ways? Why is Ugandan products, some of them banned in Kenya? Because I know why, right? It's like they want to control the market. Fine, I get it. Uganda's cheaper, but still, do they not understand that there will be a time of recalibration? But the net positive is 350 million people market with free tax incentives, one-way tax, just like as if you're in one country. Do these people not seem to comprehend how powerful that is?
I mean, maybe they do. I don't know. Because I mean, the idea is at least on the table, what we're talking about. But it looks like it's very, stop, start, and don't meet this deadline, push back deadline. That's how it's been for a few decades now. For some of these initiatives that we're talking about.
Okay,
because
so
I mean, EAC isn't a new concept. Like they've been talking about it since when? The 70s, 60s.
okay, what about corruption? Do you think corruption?
I mean, it's
Right.
corruption, but it's the type of corruption.
Yeah, 70s.
Can you hear me? I don't know if it's a lag or something.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yo, Kaizo, am I lagging?
Yeah, there was a lag. I don't know if you're still there, Flexstar, but you can click back on the link. I'm not really in Nairobi area at the moment. I'm in the coast of Kenya using mobile data to stream. So that's probably why I'm experiencing some data issues, etc. But yeah, so, it's kind of interesting. I do like what one man's saying, there are surefire ways as an individual to succeed. And yeah, simping, cucking to the system that you're operating in will lead you there, right? Of course. And if you're too radical, too fast, without considering, the stuff that you're going to lose, yeah, you will lose some things, right? Like I mentioned, if you go down the path towards so-called sovereignty, you will lose certain things. You're going to get sanctions. You're going to be disallowed from purchasing certain arms. It'll put you on all types of embargoes, including arms embargoes, right? They'll find a way to link it to whatever it is that you're doing. But when you control the media, you can control the narrative. So yes, that can be done. It has been done and it will be done. Yes, that's all true. However, saying that if you actually have the right chess pieces moving, you have an alternative provider of your technology. You have China there willing to sell itself its second-rate technologies for you to now work on and to utilize to sustain your country's economies. Great. Okay. China will trade with you. Now, you don't have Eurodollars anymore because countries don't want to buy your tea, your coffee anymore, right? Because you're no longer part of that system, right? They've blocked you from that ease of economic exchange for foreign currencies. Fine. Okay, so you've been removed. So what? China is going to take resources if you have it, right? China will let you sell it some real estate in your country if you're willing to sell it, right? So if that's the case, China will give you what you want to industrialize. That requires for you to have discipline. And I know African people are not disciplined, but if you were so disciplined, you could go recreate a whole new market economy based on industries. Specific industries can include conversion of cassava into sorbitol, for example, and other gluten-free starch products, right? Sell it, trade it into international markets, etc. And then now you'll have ease of accessibility. So at the end of the day, right, it's this, right? We Africans, we love to consume what we don't produce. And that's what we love, especially the middle class ones. And we're not willing to work hard to suck it up and suffer for a period of time so that we can now recreate our identities. And honestly, that's what I think we are, right? To me, it's a little bit sad, but then again, it is what it is, right? So you can't look at it with too much of a strong sort of impulse against it. You have to be realistic about these kinds of stuff.
Who would you sell to, Kaizo? All these things that who would you sell to?
Your original market that you've now created. Your East African bloc, the 8 countries, Congo, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Somalia, Rwanda, Burundi, Sudan, etc. So because that was the main part of my first point was you need a regional market that can consume the things now that you're producing.
And that will sustain itself as an economy.
You have to make it sustain itself, but you'll have more than just your population. You'll have a greater market to have access to. So you won't just have to rely on the outside. It's going to take some time. It's going to take some of that incrementalism that you like, one man. But over time, you'll be able to reduce that, dependency that you have on these other forces.
It sounds almost like saying go back to subsistence farming when you already have mechanized farming in as an option. It just sounds like rudimentary stuff. In
what way?
Oh, okay. If you're doing all of this micro hub economies, and then it almost even sounds like trade by barter, what Kaizo is describing. So let's say you have that East African bloc, and they decide to create a microeconomic space of codependency. So is there enough within that space to sustain an economy? And is that economy going to be based on a product? What product has broad enough of a need and an appeal within that space to grow that economy? And then how is it denominated? What's the conduit? Is it a new currency space, or is it just a loose understanding? And then what are the structures?
Let me use the EAC as an example, right? So mechanized farming, that's going to be involved. You're going to, want to, pretty much like create enough, agricultural output to where you can feed your population and you can export, to the global markets. For EAC, for example, they need to research and see what could potentially grow in their lands well, and also what products, for example, may be needed in like maybe the Far East because they have access to so much coastline on the Indian Ocean. And so you kind of have to, you kind of have to see like, okay, maybe Kenya has tea, Uganda has tea as well or something. Maybe they can, put their heads together, create, pretty much like inject themselves into maybe the tea supply chain in relation to East Asia, and now, they're pretty much raking in money, from that large
Yeah,
market.
but then
So it's like, so that's
but then
just
you are
one
plugging into
example
the
of.
yeah,
Go
but
ahead.
then you are plugging into the wider space, which goes back to my narrative.
No. You can plug into the wider space, but the wider space, you have to see that they're also playing their own game as well. Everybody's playing this game. We
But
just
then,
haven't arrived. I just don't think we've arrived at the global scene
so
yet,
how do we get there?
to where,
That's really, yeah. How do we
and
get to the I
that's
think.
why we're discussing, creating these larger markets and these entities, because these entities will give us enough scale to where you're more of a force. You see, like if ECOWAS was actually something that worked, that would be such a large market, and it's growing, so it'll be a future market. So now you have other players at the table thinking about, wow, wait, they could be a force in the future. Let me see if I can leverage them against other players at the table, or use them you see what I'm trying to say? Is people using each other at different points in the game,
Let, let,
depending on who they're at odds with.
let me tell you how I see it. I don't see that the African space, if we look at it in sub-regions, I don't think any sub-region within that African space has enough of an economic base to form a sub-regional economy. Because they are mainly agrarian-based economies or extractive economies. So it's just those two things.
Agriculture is a great way, because you have to think that in these countries, agriculture, that's not a job that some of these developing nations, specifically even in Asia, want to do any longer. And of course, we have plenty of arable land that we can grow things on. We can meet, it's already something that we need to
And then
figure
you
out.
start
Like
to the international
we need
space.
if you look this up, look it up. There's always an agricultural boom before there's a technological boom in a nation that has become a developed nation.
I don't disagree with you, but I disagree with Kaizo and Ike. The African space, especially the sub-regions, they don't have enough of an economic base to form any sort of microeconomic structures, because they're a binary economic space, which is either extractive or agrarian. So if it's agriculture, they don't agriculture enough at a mass level to be of any significance. And if they all industrialize their agriculture, then what will be their market space? Their market space cannot be that sub-region, because they're already all individually producing more than plenty. So they have no sell-through. So the only sell-through then will
They
be
can
to
sell to themselves in the global markets. There's different
but they cannot
regions you
sell
can
to.
sell to.
Okay, if we take the East African sub-region, for instance, let's say they all industrialized agriculturally, then who are they selling to? Because they are already individually self-sufficient to abundance. So they only then have to sell externally. And if they sell externally, then they are subjected to external terms. If you take Nigeria as an instance, Nigeria produces a lot of yam tuber, and there's a lot of millions of Nigerians living overseas. They want to, Nigerians now, we don't vary too much from our diet. We're not fish and chips people like you, Flexed Up, and the rest of you. So there's an existing market already there internationally, but the barrier to export, they will put in all sorts of conditionalities that as soon as you meet those conditionalities, they put in another set of conditionalities that makes it very difficult for that export to take place. But they can ease
One
up
man,
those-
one
yeah.
man. That's already happening to you right now. If anything, we're discussing how you could get even more leverage when it comes to some of these conditionalities. Can you get more wiggle room since you're a bigger market now? They're going to want to sell things to you as well.
Yeah, but they only sell things to you that you want to buy, though. The thing is, you're subject to this.
Yeah, that's a good point. And also, the premium blacks. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
That's a good point. Ike has actually a really great point. Premium blacks can help us.
Is that
Premium blacks will give access to $2 trillion in their GDP. So if we simply market our products to them, they will buy it, and they will be giving us your dollars back anyway. So if really we did this right, the Kumbaya way, one man, we would actually get 2.3 trillion. Potentially, at least the market cap is $2.3 trillion, right? From the Black Americans a year.
All right. I'm not sure that that doesn't actually work.
I mean, we can sell to a lot of different markets, man. There's not even there's not one option.
You cannot sell to any market that put barriers in place for you to sell to them. That's just it. And those barriers are controlled.
So what barrier are you worried about, one man? Because like certain African nations already have pretty much like trade deals with some of these powers already.
Okay, let me give you an example. You know, banana, the fruit, or there's even the contention if banana is a fruit or not. But you know, banana, the fruit. There's a concession to the Caribbean islands that is where the export of it comes to the Western space. So now, if you try to export banana out of those concession spaces, they will put so many E factors and E this and E that it is just it makes it almost impracticable for you to be able to export it because it's been concessioned already to a certain particular type of space. So you can have those premium blacks who are whatever it is.
So one man, here's the issue. Here's the issue with your argument. You're ignoring BRICS. BRICS already exists. This is a whole now market that is now in line with so-called dusty nations developing forwards.
Exactly. Like some of this is already happening in other parts of the world. So now you have an opportunity to, leverage other players at the table.
All right. So you're exchanging one master with a 3-prong whip for another.
No, that's not the only. I mean, that's not the only. There's different non-aligned nations as well that aren't aligned to any of this. So it's like there's markets you can sell to already, and if you come together as blocks, there's more leverage to be had when it comes to some of these, pretty much these restrictions. Like, for example, you're talking about the banana market. Okay, let's say Nigeria is selling bananas. Well, Ghana sells bananas. Ivory Coast sells bananas, right? So now it's like, okay, we're all kind of dealing with this issue anyway. So why don't we come together and basically pressure and say, hey, well, if you're not going to do this, we're going to put some restrictions on some of the stuff that you're sending this way.
Yeah. So let me give context.
You take on the West in a trade war. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, it's not a trade war because right now. Go ahead.
When he says it that way, it makes it sort of seem hopeless. But let me give shout out to the super chat, then I'll make my point there. But I do have a solution to your question, one man. Shout out to Ike for $50 super chat. Shout out to you. I do appreciate the support, brother. He says premium blacks are our saviors. Yeah, he's right. Like that's what the Black Star whatever it was that these guys did in America was hoping for, right? Trade. These guys were actually thinking at a very high level, right? If only ADOS weren't so destructive and single mother prone, they would have succeeded, right? That's literally it, right? Created literally a shipping company. Wanted to go and start trading between Black Americans and Africans. I don't know if he knew what a Eurodollar is, right? But still, his spirit was in the right place. So yeah. Shout out to the
by the way,
premium blacks.
premium blacks are not really blacks, but that's a different topic.
What about the
entirely.
black
The
Brits too?
premium-
You can sell to them.
Sorry,
Black Brits don't have enough money.
No, they don't have any money at all.
Yeah. The UK economy is trash. So that's why we're focusing on the premium blacks. Now, there was a point I was trying to make, actually. I almost forgot it. Let me see if my mind will bring it back, one man. But basically, let me see. There was a point, and it was interesting. There was a counter.
I was
counter
pushing back against FlexTop, who was describing this Narnia scenario.
Oh yeah, I remember now.
Yeah.
I remember now. So here's the thing, one man. Some of your aunties already explained. So let's say you don't just build a corporation, right? It's not some commie movement or something, right? No, we're not kumbaya completely, unless it's the blacks, the premium blacks. But we're also focusing on leveraging something that we have a near exclusive control over. During the Second World War, America used Congo to get its uranium and plutonium, so that they were the first and for a long time only provider of nuclear weapons, right? They had to get that access from somewhere, and they found a specific place and then did deals with specific people in that place to get it. I guess what I'm trying to say is we need to identify which markets we have near level of monopoly on. We already know lithium is a scarce resource, and we already know the European Union's whatever plan of having a fully green environment. You can't make that without batteries. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, in this regionalism, right, there would be very strict trade, factors actually written in.
Let me help you. Let me help you. What you're trying to say is you tie other exports to extraction. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but exports that have we have a lot of almost monopoly value to it. Things that are already scarce, and we have a lot of it in the world market. We won't fall. The world is not going to put a sanction on Nigeria for exporting, at least a real sanction, right? We're not talking about whether it's there. I mean, really, on the ground, on the sanctions to Nigeria, because they need lithium. Without lithium, the economy of the world stops. So you get what? Leveraging things which are needed, not just wanted by the world.
And then, are you saying to then tie it to other products for export?
Yes.
So yeah, that is it. But let me tell you how business works, and you should really be paying me for letting you know this. To be successful at business, successful businesses, they don't work from the factory. When I say work, W-A-L-K, they don't work from the factory to the market. They work from the market to the factory. So you have to first tie the market before you then go to the product. So that's how it works. So you cannot just go and mass produce something and then start running helter-skelter as saying who it's going to take. So that's not how it works, because that is when they just manipulate you anyhow. So you have to first go and cut those trade deals. And this micro dealing African hub thing, just cancel that. That doesn't have anything to do with anything. That doesn't function in anything that is like the real world. So you have to go to the central space and negotiate your way into that product exportation, and then you'll see how quickly and easily. That's how the Caribbeans did it with the banana. So that's how it works. So you can't just punch through. You have to go from the market, then back to the farm, to the factory, to wherever it is that you're producing from. But one thing you did say, which I'm happy to concede, is that because we're very much an extractive economic space, the African space, but you want to be appending some of these not so difficult to access goods, but that we can still produce at a cheaper and more voluminous rate. You want to be appending it to those rare earth extractions like lithium, etc. So if you are buying our lithium, then you must take our cocoa and our banana as well at a competitive rate. So that can expand trade, but not this African hub, sort of whatever it is that you and Ike are romanticizing about. So have I taken the victory?
Ike, what's your thoughts on that? Any counters, strikes, or do you submit to the superior Yoruba man who got taken over by Fulanis?
No, I don't have any counters to that. I agree. I agree with it. I mean, because I think you guys are quite tactical at this point, you know, and there's nothing to disagree about.
Man, that's the first time black people have agreed on anything.
No, that is workable though, but these are premium black stuff. Firstly, who are these premium blacks? We are talking essentially about Black Americans, and what is their affinity to Africa other than the color of their skin, and the pushback against oppression within their own localized space. So and how do you access them monetarily, or however that term is, to Africa? So how do you funnel that however trillion their economies into the African space?
That's a lot of
return to
tongue in cheek, I think. And you go ahead, Kaizo, but I just wanted to say that, yeah, they, you know, the premium blacks regarding funneling that money in. First of all, they need to find a way of keeping their money within their society, right? So they have an internal issue of circulating the dollars. So they, in a sense, these $1 trillion or whatever it is actually is not a single unit. It might as well be smoke. It's like trying to catch smoke, right? It has to be trillions of dollars that are circulating within the community. In other words, that the community has some kind of a claim to. It's not just a thing that goes in and out of their bank accounts. So for it to be harnessed, first of all, the community needs to be able to find a way to harness it themselves. Otherwise, you know, to whom are you going to ask for this $1 trillion? It's smoke. But since Kaiser didn't say anything, the idea is, you know, the long game is you have a certain amount of people, shall we say, Pan-Africanists of the Kumbaya, you know, people of the Kumbaya strand on the premium black side, you can use for certain types of promotion of your ideas, right? And they can be a good test market, shall we say, for something that might work. Now, I'm not being specific because I'm talking about, you know, of something that's quite hypothetical. So you talk about going to the market first before you go ahead and then start thinking about production. And that's very true. It's called product market fit. You have to pretty much get to a customer, get to that person, sell them some value first, let them see and say yes before you get into the nitty gritty. So there is a cohort of premium blacks that are Pan-African in nature, and they may have some money, right? And that could be a start, because a lot of times if all you need is the seed money, for example, and if things work out well, then you know, nothing breeds success like success, right? Then they can expand from there. So, but there is a cohort of premium blacks, which would be the Pan-Africanist cohort, that can be the first seed sowers that you can easily access because they're already emotionally predisposed.
Yes, but is there sufficient enough of them for it to be anything meaningful is the thing.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And would their conditionalities be any different from the conditionalities that you get from the Western space anyway?
Yeah, you're right. Kumbaya people tend to be broke. That is a fact. And as a matter of fact, there is
Because
a
the premium blacks, they're usually Onyibonized blacks, aren't they?
well, flexed up. What are your thoughts?
You've been an example, Ike.
You know, yeah, you can. I've been called many things. You know, it is what it
I
is.
think I think there's an opportunity to sell to everybody, and it depends, and basically, you know, you have various target groups that you can hit. I guess I don't know why this is the example, but premium blacks is one. I guess, you know, we can use that as an example. Um, Maybe you have, you know, shea based, you know, shea butter based products or whatever it is, whatever, you know, vegan, you know, gluten free, blah, blah, blah. You know, like that's something that you can sell there. Maybe you have, you know, sesame seeds or taro, or that, you know, you can both sell to your domestic market as well as to, you know, the Far East, who has, you know, that scale that you may need to sell to as well. I mean, there's options here.
All right. The black man is forever beholden to his white master. That's just the.
It,
But talking about
I-
being beholden, I'm not sure if anybody is following the Elon Musk controversy over the last two days or so. Are you guys following what's going on there?
Yeah. Go ahead.
everybody has, you know, everybody has to answer to somebody, and you know, you know, whoever's pretty much signing the checks to keep your business afloat, you know, you somewhat are beholden to, even if you're the richest man in the world. So I think that just shows, like, one man, you may not be in the long term beholden, but you're gonna have to play the game for a little bit.
All right, but if you're rich enough, then you're not beholden to anyone. I was just I was taken aback somewhat when I saw that Elon Musk clip.
Yeah. Well, what are your thoughts though? What are your thoughts? Because in terms of risk, there's some people who are in a particular camp which says that, oh, you know, how can you say such things? And you know, you're risking the loss of the company and things will fall. And then you have people like me who say, yeah, and obviously people like Elon himself who do these kinds of things and have gotten to where he is by doing these kinds of things, and for whom, you know, a loss here and there is very, very much part of the game, right? But what are your thoughts about this kind of a tactic, which is just, you know, at the spur of the moment, say, you know what, F you, I'm not going to play this game. Is that kind of a thing that you would do, or would you condone it behind closed doors, but you yourself wouldn't do it? You'll play respectability politics. What are your thoughts?
I mean, who am I, or who is any one of us really to tell the richest man in the world how to run business? But you know what I saw. Actually, let's just set the background for what we're talking about. This is what Ike is talking about. It's just about 3 minutes. Watch this.
What was that trip like? And obviously, you know that there's a public perception that, and you're clarifying this now, but there's a public perception that that was part of a apology tour, if you will. That this had been said online. There was all of the criticism. There was advertisers leaving. We talked to Bob Iger
I hope
today.
they stop.
You hope
Don't advertise.
you don't want them to advertise?
No.
What do you mean?
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go yourself.
But
go yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is. Hey, Bob, if you're in the audience.
well, let me ask you then.
That's how I feel. Don't advertise.
How do you think then about the economics of X? If part of the underlying model, at least today, and maybe it needs to shift, maybe the answer is it needs to shift away from advertising. If you believe that this is the one part of your business where you will be beholden to those who have this view, what do you do?
F-Y.
First of all, the New York Times correspondent guy should not be in the position he is in. His reaction was like the worst. In other words, he should have laughed or something, anything human, right? He was so cucked and such an NPC in that thing. Even the audience, after Elon said it the second time, kind of had a human response of like, you laugh, get in the flow, roll with the punches. He seemed completely out of his depth, didn't understand how to deal with the actual human moment. I don't know what you think about that as a host yourself, one man. What do you think about his performance? It was horrible.
No, sorry. There's several layers to it. When I saw that, it reminded me of an interview that Mandela had in New York, somewhat similarly themed. So the host, New York Times, I don't know him, but I suspect he will be somewhat of an Israeli sort of a stock. And the backdrop to that conversation actually is that Elon Musk said something on Twitter which was deemed somewhat critical of Israel in the skirmish going on in the Middle East. So they've termed that as being anti-Semitic, and then he's been brought on stage to come and defend himself. So he's trying to defend himself, and he starts. But if you watch the fuller play out of this particular interaction, it was after all that FU and F this and F that, there was a lot of contrition, a lot of apologetic tonality. He almost even got tearful at some point. So he was on his knees saying sorry when he just had the thought again about what he said. But that host, the presenter, the moderator, I think he is already weighted in a certain direction in that narrative anyway. So he's already is batting with a loaded stock or whatever it is, but is somewhat prejudiced already because he has a side that is already picked. So, but it was really the chest out FU Elon Musk, which a lot of people clipped. But then if you watch the 1 hour plus long of this particular interaction, he was just pleading for the rest of it.
Yeah, he pleaded about, having responded to, and it's supposedly anti-Semitic, which is an interesting, kind of categorization these days. I mean, anti-Semitic post, right? Sometimes you could just state certain facts, but it's anti-Semitic to state the facts, right? Shout out to Kanye West. But so he responded to that, and he
that was what I thought when I saw it. I thought this was his own Kanye moment.
Yeah, but I have a slight question here, right? So, I actually do think it's anti-Semitic. Okay, anti-Semitic is not about the facts; it's about perpetuating stereotypes that can lead to a second coming. So, you get the point, right? I mean, we know this, but it's not as crazy as it seems, right? All they're trying to do is prevent a second coming.
Yeah, fine. And you as a political group or some kind, you have the right to kind of use your soft power in whichever way you want to, right? A black person too could decide to shout racism at every instance of somebody trying to discuss, black outcomes or black reality. And if because it perpetuates a stereotype, you can do that. That's all perfectly fine. Him saying "F you" and then also coming back and saying, that the advertisers will destroy the company if they don't, and then let the people be the judge, and all that kind of thing. I think it was a little bit of he went back and forth a lot, as one man said, in tonality, not necessarily in general idea. He went back and forth a lot. But one man, back to the moderator guy, even if you, one man, were, weighted one-sided against, or you have taken a position, you can at least still be human, right? In other words, you could, and the laughter that I gave as an example of a human response doesn't have to be a laughter that agrees, it could be like, what? You said F God? Like, oh, come on, that's good. That will be anything but just frozen up like, you cannot say this, does not compute. I mean, come on. I mean, this guy is he shouldn't be up there. That he was out of his depth in terms of just responding naturally. He seems like a stiff, empty suit.
All right. Can I play you another clip that makes the point? This is Mandela in a similar situation with. Are you okay for me to play it, Kaizo? It is Mandela in a similar situation with Elon Musk, but see how he handles it.
The town meeting, and rather than waste any time with my questions, if they don't ask you good ones, I promise I will try to.
Those of us who share your struggle for human rights and against apartheid have been somewhat disappointed by the models of human rights that you have held up since being released in jail. You've met over the last 6 months 3 times with Yasser Arafat. Are these your models of leaders of human rights? And if so, would you want a Gaddafi or an Arafat or a Castro to be a future president of South Africa?
One of the mistakes which some political analysts make is to think that their enemies should be our enemies. Our attitude towards any country is determined by the attitude of that country to our struggle. Yasser Arafat, Colonel Gaddafi, Fidel Castro support our struggle to the hilt. They do not support it only in rhetoric. They are placing resources at our disposal for us to win the struggle. That is the position.
Mr. Mandela, as I mentioned to you before the program, we also have some distinguished guests sitting behind us, one of whom, Mr. Henry Sigmund, together with 2 other Jewish leaders, came to Geneva to visit with you precisely because they were so concerned not only by the kind of thing that you just said before the break with regard to Yasser Arafat, with regard to Libya's Colonel Gaddafi, but also because of the support that you seemed at different times to give to the PLO. I would like to ask Mr. Sigmund to stand now for a moment and pose whatever question he would like directly to you. Mr. Sigmund?
I think I would be dishonest if I did not express profound disappointment with the answer that Mr. Mandela gave to the previous question, because it suggests a certain degree of amorality.
As far as Yasser Arafat is concerned, I explained to Mr. Sigmund that we identify with the PLO because just like ourselves, they are fighting for the right of self-determination.
Mr. Mandela, we have ripped through the first part of this broadcast extraordinarily quickly. There are still a number of issues that we have to take up with Mr. Mandela, not the least of them being sanctions by the United States against South Africa, We will continue with that in the Nightline segment of this broadcast. Just a quick break now. We'll be back. And we are back once again at the City College of New York with Nelson Mandela. And Mr. Mandela, we have just heard a number of the things that you said in our hour between 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock this evening. Some controversial things, not the kinds of things necessarily that a very political man says. If you were very political, you might have been more concerned about not alienating some people in this country who have it within their hands, within their power, either to continue sanctions against South Africa or to raise those sanctions, to lift them. Why were you not a little more political? Perhaps we're too accustomed to politicians in this country.
I do not understand what you mean. Perhaps if you clarify what you are referring to, I may be in a position to comment.
What I'm saying is that in this country, for example, there has been for many years a close alliance between the Jewish population and the black population in the civil rights struggle. There is likely to be a rather negative reaction to some of the things that you have said. That reaction could very well cause people to call up their congressmen, their senators, and say, go ahead, lift the sanctions. Why not? After all, President de Klerk is doing a great deal against apartheid. Only today, in fact, his number 2 man, Gerrit Viljoen, said.
All right, that goes on for a couple more minutes, but really just to set the backdrop. So there are 3 sort of situations that we're looking at now. We're looking at the Kanye West situation, we're looking at the Elon Musk situation, and we're going back in time to that Mandela delivery. So first to your question, the moderator of that Elon Musk, the host, it was no different from the host of the Mandela sort of space. So these are people moderating with a stacked deck, you know. So they're dealing the cards from a stacked deck, because of course their paymasters are vested interest in the narrative that they are navigating. So that's how they are moderating that space. So they're pretty much one hand tied behind their back. So that explains that. But to how those 3 situations were handled. So Kanye West, he was somewhat of a renegade, a throwaway, a maverick, and he just came out and spoke to as people think, but they dare not vocalize. So he spoke to that space. So now, and that was what Mandela also said in that space, by the way. But Mandela, he doesn't really care about any of these political niceties. He just speaks it. It's too old and it's too long in the game to be pandering to anyone. So he just so there's a follow through from what Mandela said all those years back to fast forward to the Kanye West saga, which now lands in this tepid attempt at being rebellious by Elon Musk. But that "Go F Yourself" by Elon Musk was the first. I saw that clip, and then I went to search out the full interview and really left the whole thing feeling somewhat disappointed, because of course, as the host continued to explain to him that, look, this will cost you very much, because you have to understand that the advertising in all of these spaces is controlled by that space that Elon Musk was somewhat making feeble attempts at taking a stance against. And as rich as he is, richest man in the world, he still had to buckle eventually to that space. And now this ties all the way back to our original conversation that you have to go from the market back to your production factory, and you have to play the game at the central ground. So it all ties in.
Guys, are you awake?
Yeah, I'm alive. I'm alive. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's interesting.
Do you see the follow through in what I'm narrating, or is it just
Yeah, but so let's talk about the Mandela aspect, because right before you played it, I asked you what you thought about what Elon was attempting to do. I would, based on what you said, it seems like you're you secretly wish for these types of things to happen more often, right? That people would successfully do it Mandela style and stick to their ground. You were disappointed, after all, when Elon, in your view, did not hold the line, right? So I guess you've answered that question. That you do favor a little bit of a lashing back. In other words, if Elon said, because Elon held a line of like, oh, the world will judge, but still was equivocating and being more and more contrite as he went on. But if he said and just stuck to the line of, F you, the world will judge you. Okay, there will be, you boycott me, my people will boycott you, right? That kind of a thing. Like, hey, your Disney stock will fall and people will sign away from the Disney streaming service, or this, that, and the other will happen. People will boycott the advertisers that boycott, and kind of hold that line. And even if the company falls in one particular aspect, would you prefer that? Would you have, in other words, do you think that Elon should have held on and pushed it and let's see how this thing ends, rather than acquiesce?
Yeah, no, I think Elon Musk was the perfect example to this conversation we have been having. He could have afforded to hold that ground and then put Twitter on the line. He can afford it, but even he buckled, because he knows ultimately that the house always wins. So in a game of whatever, the house always wins. So he buckled. And it really just tells you that the system globally is so centralized that you have to play the game, or otherwise you get destroyed.
Yeah, so there's a long way between the dusty position of the African leadership, having not picked up all the low-hanging fruit around, to a long way between that and the position that Elon finds himself, where he has to be basically, yes, there's always a power structure that you have to contend with, and that power structure could even be your customers or your subjects. If you're ultimate emperor, you still have to worry about the subjects and keep them satisfied in a certain regard. So that is true. However, many such steps can be taken. Elon has kind of pushed back against many things that people said were impossible. And I don't know what your theory of the recent hatred of Elon is. I'm sure you noticed it all of a sudden the radical political hatred of Elon by the typical NPC type people, right? The typical kind of liberal type of person, liberal in the American sense, liberal Democrat, for the longest time had no issues with Elon. And then all of a sudden Elon becomes Hitler. I'm sure you noticed that. What is your theory behind that kind of NPC reprogramming that we saw right before our eyes?
Yes, I think it's becoming too much of a renegade. Is what the centrist liberal, who are actually extreme leftist in disguise, or extreme right even. It's becoming a bit too much of a renegade. When he took over Twitter, a lot of people felt it was good, that he was going to unbuckle it for free speech, but he seems to be leaning Twitter more to the right. So I think Alex Jones is back on Twitter, if I'm not mistaken. Trump's certainly back on Twitter.
To be fair, by definition, it's like almost by inevitability. If you come into Twitter and you say, in other words, you're not starting from neutral ground. If you try to undo what Twitter has done, you're going to be leaning it to the right because of what they have done, right? Because if I'm making sense, right?
Yes, but is that leaning to the right that the liberal who are in disguise, some form of pecuniary extremist, that is what they cannot abide, So there are certain voices that they feel should be consigned to the annals of history because they feel they're too extreme. Alex Jones being a good example of that. So they don't really want certain types of voices, platforms at all.
Do you have any thoughts regarding that particular So you said it could be extreme left or it could be extreme right. I find it more in amongst the people who want so what is the problem that we're describing, right? The problem whereby you think that silencing people, right? And just put them, these people are history is going to, these people should be relegated to the trash bin of history, and they're not moving in the direction of history. People who speak in this terms of like, you're not with the direction of history, and hence we should put you away, right? It is popular amongst the young. It is popular amongst the left. In other words, people who think that somehow through time and through just the movement of the universe, certain people and certain positions, intellectual positions, can just basically be ignored, right? Without recognizing that this is never the case. No, nothing. Things don't just die off because you think once these old people die, then all of a sudden conservatism or people who would prefer that certain structures be in place rather than to try to upturn any structure will simply disappear. No, it will not disappear. So I'm drawing a dichotomy here between people who seem to recognize that, look, simply just saying that these people are no longer could be silenced and put away, therefore I win, because after all, history is on my side, versus people who recognize that, no, there is nothing, you're not, just because you silence the person doesn't mean they're going to disappear. And history is not moving inevitably towards your side. Hence, you just feel that you can. Is this a good way of creating this divide? What do you say about this divide? I tend to see that it on the side of people whom are on the left, simply because that's an artifact of just being the fact that they're for change. You have young people who's always part of the cohort of the left, and young people think that the world is going to change, and conservative ideas are just ideas of old people, and let's just wait for them to die or whatever, and they need not be listened to. And then the people whom are meanwhile, I think that on the conservative side, it is more, shall we say, understood that there will always be young people and there will always be radicals, and you don't just silence them. This is a perennial issue you will have. There will always be people who are at the bottom of the totem pole trying to overturn things, whether it be things in terms of the realm of thought and politicking, and what is it to be a human being, and whether what it is to be a male versus female. People are trying to overturn that. People are also trying to overturn the economic hierarchies and all hierarchies of all kinds. And you're not going to disappear them by simply stopping them from speaking on Twitter. One side seems to recognize that. Another side does not seem to recognize that. What are your thoughts about that?
Yes. The first thing I'll say is freedom of speech is not absolute. So there's no such thing as freedom of speech or freedom of expression. Because for every speech and expression, there's equal and opposite reactions to it. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing is that there's certain speech and thoughts and ideologies that I think should be deplatformed. So that's the second thing. And no, I disagree with you. If you deplatform certain speech and ideas, I think through time and history, it will dissipate and ebb away, and maybe not die out. It might even well die out, because if there's a reward and punishment system that deplatforms it will quickly die off. And as people reprogram into new ways of thinking, then those things will be consigned further and further back into the annals of history, almost to the point of dissipation. So that's my thought on that. But is that altogether a good thing? No, because that's some form of programming taking place right there. But then, of course, we're all subject to programming anyway. But who is programming us and to what direction is really where the conversation is. So we're all being programmed, but how are we being programmed, and how do we want to be programmed? So the programming wraps around freedom of thought, freedom of expression, etc. So for you to have those freedoms, you have to have the fact base, the knowledge base, the enough of the acuities and the backdrops to form thoughts. And for you to have all of the backdrop to form thoughts, then you have to have as much access as you can to all of the pro and against arguments in play. but there are certain arguments that are so extreme, and there are certain things so fantasized, and more to it, there are certain things so dangerous that they should not have the platform for expression. Because if they have that platform for expression, even though you say the vast majority will have the discernment to be able to sieve through, there's a significant enough of a minority that might be co-opted into that unwittingly and imbue it as a working hypothesis.
If we take a step back from that political prescription which you gave, and then we just said, okay, let's talk about one man and his particular Overton window, as they call it, right? What what's the spread of acceptable discourse, right? I would suspect that you are able to, or it is not against, in other words, the more the merrier for one man. The more people who are able to say even strange things, that works with your game. It is not a challenge to you that there are more and more people whom say things that are anti your particular position. You don't feel threatened by that. As a matter of fact, it might even be advantageous to you if there's a little bit more chaos. But for some people, they would prefer things to be a little bit more narrowly controlled. Is that correct? Now, besides the prescription which you gave, which is fine, regarding allowing certain things to be out there, because after all, not everyone is as discerning, and you do not want a particular cohort of the population being kind of co-opted by extreme views. But you personally, one man, I suspect, will have a lot of latitude regarding what you allow on your chessboard.
No, I have a lot of latitude because in a contained discourse, I think the more extreme a view there is, that should be welcomed in a contained sort of discourse, because of course the logic of it or the lack thereof will just ridicule or affirm it. So I see that. But when I say a more what's that term when you gather things together, gather people together in some sort of experimental something, there's a term for it, it's not coming to mind at the moment, but in a more contained space, then with some form of moderation, then whatever extreme views can be expressed. But in a space that is unmoderated and is unfiltered, and you are saying those views can come in, and if they are countered, they are countered. If they are not, then they pass through. Then they can, which seems to be the sort of space that Elon Musk is trying to create. So he's saying that, okay, on this Twitter, now X, anybody, no matter how far out there, or even more to it, how dangerous your thoughts are, come and have the expression of them and let the space deal with it as it will. So that's a dangerous stance to take. And that is why you see people recoiling away from him somewhat. Because that's somewhat of a German Socialist Party sort of a mindset. You know what the German Socialist Party is?
I think I do.
Okay.
But I think it should be there should be a kind of like a game. How long can you talk about politics before you bring up the German Socialist Party? Like it's the inevitable thing that comes up when anybody
Do you
wants
not
to
see an
make
element of that in Elon Musk's tonality somewhat? Because he is from that stock, he's from that stock anyway.
I choose not to speculate in that direction. Now I can speculate regarding just what he's saying and if it does align with the German National Socialists. But if you talk about the stock and things like that, that is just it's unfair to start pointing in certain directions, right? Like, look at him, he's from this way and his granddad was this, and because you can always take people's lineage and twist it in certain ways, so it's a bit unfair. Now, what I do recognize with someone like Elon is he's an extreme case individually, right? And nothing special. We just have these people whom are a little bit on the extreme side. They like risk. They they go boldly, and sometimes they win, sometimes they lose. You know, that entrepreneurial spirit. He happens to be one that has kind of won many times over, and taken losses too. But you know, an extreme character overall. Now, this extreme character is not very politically. I don't want to say politically savvy because, well, but let me just say it. Not very politically savvy. There's another person whom, for example, who he started PayPal with, Peter Thiel, another fellow billionaire. There's another guy, David Sachs, also part of the PayPal mafia. And the PayPal mafia is this group of people whom started back then when Elon made his first company, X. That was not really his first company, but a company called X, the first iteration of X, which then joined PayPal. And then this group of people have gone on to create multi-billion-dollar companies after that, right? YouTube, LinkedIn, Yammer, many other things, Palantir. All these companies came out of this particular group of people whom started PayPal together, right? So these are extreme folks. I like a bit of that kind of swashbuckling, you know, devil may cry attitude to life, as described earlier, you know, the heroic life, if you will. But I think that he doesn't understand that in order to present yourself, especially if you're an outlier, to the world, you need to filter it through some kind of politic, if you will. It's because what you're saying is not you're speaking only to a minority of people whom hear you for what you're saying, which these people, for example, are the extreme case of being very comfortable with chaos and change. The more rapid and upsetting, the better, even, right? And this is the kind of world that they live in. Most people are not that at all. So when you say something, the way people will hear it is not just, oh, well, this is that type of guy. And it's like, no, they're going to hear something that is within their framework of possible interpretations. One of which is German Nationalist Party. Like, it sounds like that, you know, a German National Socialist. When I hear this, right? So I think that's the issue, because I know other people just like Elon, a couple of whom I just mentioned, the David Sachs character and Peter Thiel's character, whom, when they give their worldview and their ideology, is way more filtered through the canon, if you will, the canon of political philosophy, right? And it's going to be a lot more philosophical, that we're able to place them in things that seem more, shall we say, acceptable, because they're going through certain lines and align themselves with certain things, maybe it be Edmund Burke or whatever ways in which they're aligning themselves in order to get their message across. Elon Musk is not politically philosophical in that sense at all. Hence, I see what you mean. Well, he never. What do you disagree with?
You say it's not that it doesn't have that political flaw.
It does not. It does not present it that way. Is basically what I'm saying. He does not go out there. He doesn't go out there and
Have you heard of this Churchillian phrase? A riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. Have you heard of that?
Yes,
a riddle wrapped in a mystery. I've heard inside an enigma. That's a Churchillian phrase. So that's Elon Musk right there. Elon Musk is very political.
I'm just saying from the norm-me perspective, okay, whom is expecting to see certain types of things. That's why I started out by saying that he's an extreme character, and that while you could understand this extreme character, but when the way he puts himself out. Now, one of the things that is implied in what you just last said is that this is all by design. In other words, yes, and I agree with that he's not an idiot. Of course not. But
do you know what his design is? Because I think I do, but you learned.
Okay. So this might all be by design, which I have no, I do not doubt his either intellect or cohesiveness. I think he's very cohesive in terms of his general thrust. For example, the fact that his first company back then was called X, and now he's creating this X again, and he has this kind of general idea of creating the new world currency, which is what he was trying to do when he started X and joined PayPal, by the way. And he's trying to do again, perhaps now with the help of AI and stuff. So I think he's rather cohesive. I think also that he is rather intelligent. I think from the point of view of the regular person, he does not package his political thoughts in a way in which they can understand at all.
All right, brilliant. So as I said, a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. That's how I see. That's a Churchillian phrase, as you know. That's how I see Elon Musk. A riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. I think it's very political. I think it's politically savvy, and I think it's probably one of the more, if not the most politically advanced people we have on the planet at the moment. Elon Musk is a one world proponent, so one world government proponent, and he wants to be the leader of that one world. So that one world is not really the boundaries of your geographical space or the might of your military strength. It's the control of the world in terms of their thoughts and feelings, and that is what this X project is all about. And we're seeing the unraveling of that now. So he has that X space now, which is a global reach, and he's now having his expression via that portal. And that expression, it harkens towards that German National Socialist Party sort of mindset, which you have to say some of his antecedents trace to. So it's a one-world proponent who sees himself as a leader of the one world, of the free world. He understands that the future of the world is borderless and boundless, and is mind control essentially, and it's not a weaponized world. So how many more nuclear bombs can you drop to control people? So you have to control them mentally, and he's taking the first step into that space. And you can see the fledglings of that unraveling already.
So let's talk about the if we use the flagpole of the National Socialists as, you know, indicating what this thought contains, that's perfectly fine. But it does not it doesn't it doesn't make it such that we don't go into the particular thought itself, because there are many things. For example, Friedrich Nietzsche, whom people say that the National Socialists absorbed some of his thought. There are many certain types of premises regarding the direction that the world is moving towards that might be correct, whether you agree with the National Socialists or not. There are many things about human nature, right, within the premise of such people that are simply true, whether you agree with what they ended up doing or not. Just like you can't say that Karl Marx was completely wrong about everything he said. Of course not. He was right about over 90% of the things that he said. Okay, even if he was correct about 99, it's then what you do with it becomes the question. And then if all these people messed up and did all kinds of crazy things with it. But anyways, the point is, some of the things that you mentioned regarding the direction that the world is going towards, I'm sure you would agree that that is the direction the world is going towards, especially given your general technological kind of outlook, the way you see the world of decentralization, which also means centralization in a weird way, right? It tends to happen that way. By the way, one of the examples or microcosm is like the internet. The internet decentralizes and then centralizes, right? So, oh, freedom to you to communicate, and you can send email, blah blah blah. Next thing is this thing called Google.
It's a more democratized centralization. So it's like the Roman arena sort of thumbs up, thumbs down, very primal sort of centralization. So the argument wins through rather than brute force. That's really where this decentralized but centralized space that we're moving into, where it draws its strength from.
Correct. And some of these are part of the things that, you know, given your projection of where Elon is going, some of these premises are part of what he is seeing and where he's going, right? So whether you characterize it as National Socialist, it's probably something that you agree with 90% of, right? So then the only worry will be, well, oh, it's that individual that is saying these things, which I would say on my show at some random point at night. But if that guy says it, then it's a problem. Is that part of what's going on here? Like, we can agree that the world is going in a particular direction. We can agree that human nature is, such and such, and that, leadership is necessary, and that somebody then decides, hey, you know what, I'm going to tie all these things together, and I'm going to be the one that is there. But then we don't like the person saying it. Is that the case here?
No, that's not the case. And it's not even a worry; it's a concern. My concern is that somebody like Elon Musk, for instance, who is a highly politicized sort of individual, but tries to guise himself in a liberalized, humanitarian globalist. That's how he tries to package himself. But he has clearly defined somewhat pro-right and some left-leaning as well, but essentially fundamentally pro-right ideological thrust. So that's who he is. So he has now probably the biggest platform in the world, probably even in terms of impact and usage and influence, bigger than YouTube, bigger than everything else. So he has now that space to somewhat, because he controls the algorithm of that space, he controls the essential flow of the narrative, who he determines the winners and users, the winners and losers on how the thrust of the debate goes in that space. And through that control, he can guide the world, just subliminal imprinting of ideological leanings. Before you know it, I think proceed, but with caution. That's my recommendation for Elon Musk. Proceed, but with caution. He's a dangerous guy.
Well, yes. In the sense that, after all, everything that is useful and has potential and has the capacity to change is dangerous, and most other things are boring, right? So yes, I would agree with you in that regard. Now, with
But let
regards
me ask
to,
you a question. Let me ask you a question, Ike, because I sense that you lean towards him a little bit. Why is that?
I'm just figuring out which particular direction to go with. I mentioned the heroic aspect earlier, right? In the sense that, and if we put it within the context of capitalism, the context of the world, the economy, and organizations that exist within there, that most people within the capitalist system are managerial capitalists. These are, the people whom have control of organizations, from the board to the operations officers and their people, middle management, all these people. They're all managerial capitalists. Managerial capitalists are kind of like a natural enemy of mine, personality-wise. Okay, they are very different from what I would call entrepreneurial capitalists. Right? Managerial capitalists are participating in capitalism while telling you that, while playing woke games with you, for example. Right? These are people whom are very much capitalists, but they would preach anti-capitalism all day, with their kind of regular middle of the road liberal platitudes, while being the chief of X, Y, and Z at Twitter, the old Twitter, for example. Right? And these people, they're very risk averse, and they're very highly dependent on systems. They don't like change, and they don't want to upset the apple cart. And there's a certain type of politic that surrounds that. Okay, there's a certain kind of making sure everybody reads from the same choir book and such, that I just I find repulsive. Again, personality-wise, I'm not trying to kill these people, right? And I'm not even saying that, denying the right to exist. I understand that necessarily this is going to be the bulk of the human population, because after all, how many entrepreneurs do you need? You just need one or two to create something, to either create a new empire or a new company, and then managerial machines take over. But I just don't like the ethos, the ethic, and the politics of managerial capitalists. And hence I lean towards that. That's people of the Musk strand. If I may, and I understand that this is a simplification, right? But that is a big part of what's going on.
Do you think Elon Musk is is a force for the greater good? And even if you do you think there should be an element of caution to it? And if you do, what caution would you put in place? So is it a cause for the is it a force for the greater good? Do you think people should take him but with caution? And if you do, what would you caution people about?
Okay. I don't think he as an individual is a force for the greater good. I do think that what he represents, though, tends to be where, in other words, he represents, again, that changing aspect, the aspect of humanity that wants to go out there into the wild, whether it's into Mars or, take over what was otherwise a strictly government function, such as, the SpaceX, or, challenge the car industry and things like that. People want to just fundamentally change things, or like being into this crypto thing and trying to change the world's payment, which is what he was trying to do right from the days of PayPal. I think that out of that element, as described earlier, is where you find people that are able to make change, and they take advantage of opportunities. And most of these end up, failing, right? And end up, not working out, but then some do work out. So I think what it represents is good. The second aspect, which is, okay, should there be any caution? I say, yes, you should take it with caution by definition. And I think that if you compare someone like Elon Musk with Zuckerberg, for example, that Elon Musk has already kind of laid down the ways in which he can be checked and cautioned. In other words, he did not create an organization like, you see, people like Zuckerberg, for example, they create an organization that they cannot be ousted from. Okay. They're very, very much insulated, and they have this in their kingdom. The way that Musk has his companies, he could be voted out, right? So he plays high stakes, but he has skin in the game, right? Now, when you play that game, it's an interesting game, because actually, in order to stay in power, you need to take more risks, because that's why the people want you there. But the more risk you take, the more chances that you might get kicked out, because but over time, you become this force of personality almost, that whereby the people are like, it's wild, crazy Elon, but he has had these wins, and we do appreciate this. And by the way, this is a little secret of the whole world of capitalism, the world of, let's say, venture capitalism, such and such. Given the rareness of the entrepreneurial capitalists, the real entrepreneurial capitalists, not these people who watch a YouTube video and all of a sudden they're entrepreneurs, whatever the fuck that means, right? That spirit, the people who embody that spirit, are actually rare. And venture capitalists, in other words, capital in general, love those people. Okay, they want an Elon Musk to exist. They need that guy who started WeWork, people who are bold and are willing to sign on the dotted line and really go out there, right? They want those people to exist, because those are people who bring back gold sometimes, right? So the checks should be making sure that they have skin in the game, that they can indeed face repercussions, for example, from the advertisers, right? Or all these other kinds of things, as opposed to certain people who build these fiefdoms and completely insulate themselves from actually real world contact. Some of the Bill Gates-like type figures, or the George Soros-like type figures, whom don't really have any real contact with reality or a marketplace that can check them. I hope that answers your question.
Well, it does in part, but it doesn't convince me. Do you know that Elon Musk probably has, well, almost definitely has the most satellites out there in the skies? Is Skylink something? Do you know that?
Correct. Yes.
All right. There was an interview that I was watching, or just a snippet of information that passed through just as I was walking by on the internet. And I heard him saying that the president of the Ukraine, whatever, Zelensky, that he was asking Elon Musk for some sort of a satellite movement that will aid their war efforts against the Russians. So that's how powerful this guy has become. So, so is that powerful? Add on to that is the richest man in the world. So if you want to theorize to the extremes, then are we theorizing to the point that Elon is succeeding where Adolf failed? Is that where we're going?
Very different arenas. And the thing about this skin in the game arena is that I don't think it's an arena where you can be very dangerous. You can be successful up to the point whereby, because you have this Skylink crap, you are the only system that can provide internet in a war zone. That is not, it's an artifact of your success, but it is not as though now all of a sudden you have this political power and army and this and that and the other. You're still that's a good example of a kind of a strange outcome, right? A strange consequence of success. Okay, you would then have to balance it out with, okay, well, what are the other ways in which something like Starlink is helping? And maybe, yes, maybe there should be, some people maybe competing against him in that regard, so that there is there's several people whom can provide internet service in a war zone. Okay, so I take your point in that. Now, the arena that the politics of pool, the politics of politics, which Mr. Adolf was participating in, is very different from the politics of the marketplace. In one of these arenas, you can be very, very much out of.
Sorry, Ike. What politics do you think Elon Musk is playing? I just want to be clear on that. Do you think he's playing an economic politics? Do you think he's playing humanitarian politics? Or do you think he's playing a domination politics? Or do you think he's not playing politics at all?
Domination politics. The humanitarian thing that he tries to cloak, and I don't even really think he's trying to cloak it. He just says some humanitarian things from time to time that don't really convince me of anything, and that are, in my view, not even necessary.
He wants to give his agenda a human face. That's all.
Yeah, and for me, it's like not even
things to be clipped. Do you not think that guy? I don't think we've yet had anybody as powerful as this guy ever.
Yeah, but what
wasn't a militarized.
People always put a human face to whatever bullshit they're doing. You go to a hotel and they tell you that the reason they give you a low flow shower is to save the world. The low flow shower is just to save their freaking water bill, right? I mean, this is what people do, right? But I don't think Elon even needs to have that veneer of human that he puts on, which I think people can kind of see through as kind of like a robot thing. Anyways, I think he's playing the game of domination, and it is these characters, the heroic characters that I described. These are by definition, it's an amoral situation, right? Icarus flies to the sun, gets burned, yeah, but hey, it was a great flight. It's a great life when you fly to the sun, and maybe you get burned, maybe you burn some other people, right? So I do think he's playing the politics of domination from a very singular,
with a soft glove.
Yeah, with a soft glove, and I think because you don't have to, given the way he's trying to play it, you don't have to have a hard glove, because again, he is doing it based on the market and a certain type of when you call, people have this, people like to hate on Elon. Even before they started hating on him for politics, they like to hate on him and other people, like, let's say, Bill Gates and Steve Jobs, because they don't understand how innovation works. They keep on talking about the fact that Elon uses his engineers, or he's not really that smart. And it's like, dude, get the hell out of here. People, you just know those types of people have never built anything. They never built anything in their life. They don't understand the way the market works. If you think that it's just sitting around being a brainiac that actually gets things done in the world, I mean, you're foolish, very foolish. It takes a lot of skill to do the kinds of things that the people like Steve Jobs do. And yes, he's not the best engineer. Wozniak was the engineer. Or Bill Gates was not the best engineer. But it doesn't matter. Those engineers are not going to do what these guys do, and also they need to also have the engineering prowess and at least some level of technological sharpness in order to be able to navigate the space. So if you're playing within this space of technology, right, you don't really need to have too much of a soft glove if you win and then are able to kind of use the wins that you had from the past to kind of propel you forward with momentum and be able to be the first to get in line with certain government regulators and so on, right? Because people will just see it that, well, hey, he took a rocket and landed it back, and this is quite great. This has never been done before. It's a huge leap. Hence, let's give him more, right? So you don't even need to say much about how good you are. You just make the rockets work. And then obviously you have a plan, a cohesive plan of, I'm going to create X, which is going to be the one app of the world. It's going to have the AI capability with messages and financial / money / everything, and dominate in that way.
Have we ever had, by your memory, anybody outside of a military person, a ruler, anything of that sort? Have we ever had anybody more powerful than this guy ever in the history of mankind? Not a ruler, not an emperor, not some military guy that's brutalized his way into prominence. Have we ever had just a man on the street, from the streets, be as powerful as this guy ever in the history of mankind?
Yeah, the other types of power that have risen to this level have tended to be on the financial side of the world. In other words, the Rothschild type people, and maybe perhaps even J.P. Morgan himself at some point. But the quality of that power tends to be very different, right? That quality of the power of finance is different from because again, it tends not to have a lot of natural fans, acolytes, right? You're rich and you control stuff, but you're not a hero at the same time. The industrialist tends to be more able to be a hero. We've had people, for example, that in the train, in the times when the trains were crisscrossing the American continent, many people became billionaires. The Vanderbilts, for example, training in trains and shipping and such. But even when they were able to be somewhat heroic, there was always the anti-industrialist person or group that takes them down. Elon, given the particular the ethos and the kind of mystique that is around the type, Silicon Valley, which he came out of, right? As opposed to coming out of an oil business or something like that, which is a little bit more tarred, pardon the pun. But coming out of there, you can be super powerful, big time industrialist, and get a lot of acolytes, and with the accolades that come with it, but not a lot of the tarnishing aspects, and that only comes from maybe because you're being politically bold and saying certain things. In other words, if he was quiet, perhaps he'd be even more powerful. Who knows?
He's only 52.
Yeah, he's doing it right.
So with technology and the money that he has, what are we looking at? Another 30, 35, 40 years. In another 10 years, this guy will rule. He's heavily embedded in the artificial intelligence space, and I think he has the front foot there. He controls the satellites from the skies, and he controls Twitter.
And he's going to control the chips that he's going to be putting in people's bodies by.
No, I think the Chinese are trying to stop him from that. I think they're going to take over Taiwan soon. No,
but at least the Neuralink embedded chips I was referring to, not necessarily but he's going to, because he has that company Neuralink and they actually are making progress. It's not just some fantasy in terms of human enhancement by implanting you with all kinds of robotics and stuff.
Do you not see an agenda coming through? Do you not see the pieces of the jigsaw are fleshing out some sort of
trying to create a master race of Ubermenches that are bionic people that he controls, or what?
I think there are certain types of people that are trying to point the direction of the world. And these people, they know that the direction of the world is not in military might so much, which is what people like America, etc., depend on. And they are increasing this as the world gets richer. they are also now concluding. Excuse me. They are also now concluding that it's not so much in the financial muscle as well. So ultimately, the control of the world will be the control of the narrative, which is a softer way, a more elegant way, a more flowerized way of talking about mind control. So if this guy is controlling artificial intelligence, if he has the front foot there, and he has the portal to funnel it through via Twitter, and he controls the satellites from the skies, and he's the richest man in the world.
Interesting.
That guy is dangerous, man. He is.
I assume you're familiar with Aldous Huxley's book, The Brave New World, which was also made into a movie. But you must also be familiar with 1984 by George Orwell. Now, Orwell there has this more what Big Brother is with guns and steel and cages and hard censorship, while in the Brave New World, you're controlled by giving you what you want or what you think you want, right? You have drugs and you have free sex and you have this, but there are certain mechanisms of controlling you that way by mind control and the illusion of freedom and certain other types of things. So yes, within the Aldous Huxley Brave New World, control you with your mind is the more feasible outcome of future dictatorships, future domination, and all that kind of stuff. And by the way, it's not out of tune with human nature, and by that I mean the nature of the masses. These people want to be ruled one man. Okay, I see the chaos that goes on in your channel when, you know, I'm not picking on anybody in particular, but we know who the empty skulls are and we know how they operate. These people are empty, you know, shout out to Madam Zita, right? The headless mob is the headless mob. These
What do you mean empty skulls? You don't come on that often. What do you mean empty skulls? You don't come on that often. Oh, you got that.
but yeah, the sheep want to be sheep, right? So you know, so I mean, there's nothing. It's just inevitable that people are sheep right now. They'll be sheep in the future. They're sheep to Facebook, or they were sheep to the television set before, or they will be sheep to some kind of provincial interpretation of a religion that or whatever. Sheep to what their silly tribal. You know, it's just freaking people, man. So yeah, sure.
The masses have to be led. I think everybody knows that the masses have to be led, but in which direction and to whose advantage? So it's always to the leader's advantage. I think everybody concedes that. But is there enough benevolence within that leader for the led to be somewhat advantaged too? So that goes to the leanings. And that goes to that German National Socialist, you know. So, yeah.
I can't help but think that, you know, you're kind of trolling a little bit.
Do you want to live in a world that is led by Elon Musk? It's a question.
I'd rather that than the 1,000 people whom will be the alternative, and this 1,000 people will be of the managerial capitalist sort, whom simply just want to go to Davos and sing Kumbaya and let everything be neat. And while they're going to kill you in a nice surgical way while pronouncing your pronouns correctly, right? That's not a good way to die. You know, I think Elon will shoot me directly more in the face or something like that. And I don't know something.
Will the world fare better led by Elon Musk or Ike or Germain?
Jesus Christ.
No, Jesus Christ is not an option. He leads the world anyway. Will the world fare better under his leadership or yours?
Oh, definitely mine, of course. But ultimately, though,
why is that? Do you think you will be more benevolent and more human or humane, just from how you know yourself and how you read him?
I think that the benevolence factor is not going to be the issue here, because I don't think that benevolence describes an intention that rarely ever leads to the outcome that you might think, an outcome that matches the intention, right? and I'm sure you know what I mean, because we're dealing with complex systems. And your idea of benevolence, and then you push this button, and we know all the unintended outcomes that come from these roads to hell that are paved with good intentions. So it will not, it is not going to be a function of benevolence. It'll be a more of a function of me understanding a level of self-sacrifice, if you will, in the sense that for the system to actually work, I mentioned before that you don't need too many entrepreneurs. You only need this kind of change moments to happen every once in a while, anyways. And then the future does indeed belong to the meek and the managerial capitalists and the people who will steward a basic kind of gray and boring system into the future, right? It is in that understanding of your incapacity to be all, not just you, but your type and what you represent. It's not going to be the be all end all, and whatever your wisdom happens to be regarding whether you're benevolent or not is not going to be the thing either. It's going to be the oscillation of the system, going back from the change makers whom acting in the time when change is needed, and then things have to settle down to the people. The people, after all, like I was telling Kaiser the other day, I was like, and all of this, you're asking me a ridiculous question in the sense that it all sounds rather self-aggrandizing, and the statements I'm making now are also, it might sound that way as well. But I believe that the world belongs to the masses, right? By doing this, I'm saying that that I'm not one of the masses in certain parameters, right? But I'm not one of these stupid outliers who thinks that it is my world. No, it is not my world. Me and my cohort are a small percentage of the population, and this is not our world per se. It is their world. So if they have to operate,
avoid the hoi polloi at all costs. Are you one of those? Are you a snob? But what's going on here?
I'm saying that it's their world. Why you? I did not say.
You say I'm not one of them. They keep me away from the smellies. Avoid the hoi pollois.
Oh yeah, I mean you can interpret it. Well, yes.
I'm only joking. Carry on.
Yeah.
But no, I think you get the wider thrust. I'm not especially offended by Elon Musk. And if you ask me if I wanted Elon Musk to be in charge of something, I would rather have him in charge of something because he seems to get things done better and more effectively than most. But if you ask me if I want him to be in charge of everything, then that's a different conversation. Because I want to know how he instinctually functions. I want to know what his core. I'm not going to bring morality into it because you say that the conversation is getting somewhat fluffy. But you want to know the texture of his being in order to know that he can be vested that much trust. And some of the unpeelings of that veneer that is coming out on this Twitter narrative and how he's positioning and posturing, and then him telling people to go F themselves and then going on bended knees barely 2 seconds later. It didn't even follow through as much as what's it, that rapper, whatever is Kanye did. So there's something, there's this British politician, very senior, Anne Widdecombe, her name is Anne Widdecombe. She's a very articulate, very erudite sort of a woman, very buxom. That stout, staunch, very rotund sort of English looking. She's that build, but very, she cuts through when she speaks. So there was this guy, something Hewitt, I can't quite remember his name. He was vying for leadership of a party to become the prime minister, and he had a good chance. But this woman just said one phrase about that guy, and that phrase destroyed his political career within just the pronouncement of that phrase. Do you know what she said about the man?
What did she say?
She said there is something of the night about him. There is something of the night about him. And she did not need to say more than that because people knew somewhat that guy. very impressive, but somewhat a little bit of something. And when she said that thing, when she said that phrase, it captured the essence of everything, and everybody had clarity on him. And his political career destroyed after that. It just ebbed and faded away. There is something of the night about that guy, and really to borrow from and within come and then to hang that medal on Elon Musk, there is something of the night about that fella.
Well, understood, and that's a good one. It's that idea of painting your opponent as dark, which is another word that and I think what's her name, Hillary Clinton tried to do it with Trump, but she's not very. She didn't land it correctly. There was a time in the campaign where they started using the word dark, like it was like, oh, he's dark, like you know how the news cycle goes, and then you start seeing things repeat over and over, and dark, but it didn't. But it was too late, I guess. And it didn't work.
Yeah,
for
but
Trump.
nuance doesn't play in American politics, so it wouldn't have resonated. If she did that in the UK, Trump would have been destroyed because they speak in nuance in the UK.
Yeah, perhaps that is true. Regarding the darkness of Elon, you see, it is the darkness that is in all of us, and I don't mean to. What I mean is, I don't. When I see the darkness in Elon, I'm like, okay, it's not anything especially dark, right? It isn't. And again, I like that definite darkness as opposed to the nebulous fake angels that are on the other side. You know, like the side represented by the New York Times interviewer, the people who don't necessarily tell you what they want. Everything is kind of jumbled behind all these sets of incentives and complicated political maneuvers and you know, whataboutisms, and nothing is ever quite direct. The darkness that is in someone like an Elon is just the human darkness. That is, you know, it's ambitious. It is rather, it has something of the narcissism associated with it. It is bold. It is dangerous. A little bit uncertain and scary. But all that is, I think, well understood. More well understood than it's like, for example, people think that the way to guarantee certain beneficial outcomes is to remove the profit motive. You know, it's a silly little childish thing. The profit motive is perhaps the best to have. It is very black and white. If one man, you and I are part of an organization where the profit motive is not the thing, Jesus Christ, you know how many machinations and backhanded backroom dealings, and who knows what anyone's agenda or intentions are, right? So there's this idea that, oh, and I'm using it as an analogy now. It's not, you know, I'm not in terms of that profit motive. Is here to exemplify one of those basic, well understood, quote unquote, dark aspects of humans, as opposed to the multifarious and nebulous, crazy other motivations when you decide to hide it and people start saying, oh, I don't have the profit motive. Well, but what exactly is your motive now? Does it mean all of a sudden you become an angel? No. So I tend to prefer the Elon Musk type darkness. I think it's a well understood and very basic type darkness, right?
Yeah, profit over everything, Abi.
Yeah, profit, domination. That's easy. I mean, that's you know, all the other weird shit. And by the way, I also like it to be more individual. It suits my temperament. Back to the question about, you know, why, you know, something about Elon Musk, why I lean in this direction. It's because of that individualist kind of thrust. I cannot trust people whom couch all their responses based on some kind of strange utilitarian, what is going to make everybody comfortable, what am I supposed to say, aka politically correct kind of coat that they put on. There's just something very, very off-putting about that mode of being to me. It is highly irrational. And it just, I mean, personally, it has always been my enemy. Like my enemies have always come from that side of people who want to claim some kind of follow the party line, follow the people. Why do you think you're special? Why do you think you're outside? You know, why don't you just do what other people say? You know, I find it to be rather unthinking. It's very boring, very uninteresting. These people never do anything interesting in their lives. You just want to talk. You just want to sit around, gossip about each other. Put the whole idea of licking your finger and putting it in the air to see where the wind is blowing. How does everybody in the room feel? What are the things I'm supposed to say and not supposed to say? And that's what guides my whole being.
Ike, you should not really show so much impatience towards people who don't really follow the metric of success as you have or as you understand it. Because really, it's only really that you understand it and you are able to walk those steps that makes you successful. If everybody is able to walk those steps and understand those steps, then success would not have the luster that it does have. So it's not. It may well seem simple to you, but it might not necessarily, and almost certainly, it's not attainable to the vast majority. So that's why successful people are outliers, and that's why there's somewhat of a disingenuity to a successful person saying that, but the metric of success is just these processes of steps. So yeah, you can take those steps, but not everybody else can. I'm sure you understand that.
Oh yeah, 100%. I do, and that's how I was like giving this autobiographical experience of being, because part of what I'm talking about here is very simply a personality thing, and by personality I just mean basic psychology parameters here, and being an introverted, intuitive type that also has a great penchant for action. This makes you a minority, and you're gonna be up against the typical extroverted, perhaps maybe non-intuitive types, especially if the non-intuitive types are most annoying. I see you as most likely, probably 99% sure you have to be intuitive, because you're quite comfortable with the meta space, the idea space, conceptual space. You don't get caught up in these little side fights that I'm sure you see every day on your panel, where people just seem to miss the point. It's like, oh my God, like that is not the point. Anyways, so being judged by those people when they do, in instances where they do have any kind of power over you, can be kind of grating, like, oh my God, here they come again with their dull, pedantic kind of no thinking and trying to get you to go in line with things. But I understand. I mean, wisdom, psychological development, spiritual development, just after being a decent human being, means that you have to then recognize such things as I've mentioned before, like it is their world. A. B, my being is also full of shit, like and all that. I'm not that much of an idiot. Of course, I understand that 100%. And then I even understand the purpose. If you look from an ecosystem perspective, the purpose of these different types, and understand, but overall, I would then say this, to put the capstone on my side, is what I find is that I understand them more than they ever will understand me. And that's fine. That's fine though. But it's just a fact. It's just a fact that I have to say, that I kind of understand, like, hey, take the whole kind of extrovert introvert thing, or kind of going along with the line, like, I understand why you have to do what you do and go out there and be with those people and have that conversation and, feel like part of the tribe, right? I understand it, but they don't ever seem to want to understand the cat. It's almost like a cat and dog thing. It's like, but everybody looks at the cat suspiciously. Like, why are they alone over there? Do they think they're better? And people immediately judge the cat as thinking that the cat thinks that it is better than them, right? Which is the story of my life. And I'm talking about just being an introvert. I'm not talking about even being great at anything. Being an intuitive introvert, somebody that, is into the realm of ideas and kind of keeps to themselves. Other people start looking at you as though like, do you think you're better than me? So it's that it's mainly their problem, not mine.
All right. Do you know what do you know what Marie Antoinette, the wife of was it Louis the 16th or 17th? Do you know what she's famous for, Marie Antoinette?
Well, I mean, letting them eat cake and dying. What else?
Well, there it is. If they cannot find bread, let them eat cake. So that seems to be the attitude you seem to have. But no, Ike. You know, Ike. I'm not streaming tonight really because I decided to take 2 days off to recover from flu. So let me go drink some Lemsip and get some rest. So this is this is not over. This is not a goodbye to the listeners. By the way, it's over because I really want to push Ike to nail him down. So to be reconvened this conversation, don't worry. I'm going to unbundle this mic, this Ike right there, and get the truth out of him. But don't worry, I've got my sights on you, Ike. So final word from you, Ike.
Good conversation. Overall, I think that on the side of people whom have the heroic bent, whom are called to be on more of the risky, chancy side of life and take chances, there needs to be a recognition that the other side is needed, and I guess in the recognition on both sides that, look, you need the people whom are going to be ready to be the kindling for the fire when the fire opportunity arises. You cannot predict when the opportunity is going to arise, so you cannot just tell people to wait until the right time, right? Don't have revolutionary ideas or revolutionary stances or take attempts at sharpening your skills, because you don't never know when the marathon is going to happen. It's like, but when the marathon comes, you will not have a year to prepare. So just stay prepared if you're of that bent, and then that is my passing word there, or my last word. And shout out to Elon Musk. I hope he succeeds in his fourth Reich.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ike, and thank you to the super chatters, Ike Ogeme, of course, and Ja Zola. So thank you to the super chatters. Thank you, everyone. We'll reconvene almost exactly for tomorrow. But thank you, good night, and peace.